love me so much more than I could ever know. Your love is deeper than this world will ever show. And all of life's beauty shines around this moment now. The sky and the cliffs, they seem to change my life somehow. And I will never be the same, will never be the same. Whoa, 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 I will never be the same, never be the same ever again. Here I am waiting, Lord, my life is just for you. Please unfold all the plans that you would have me do. And if all the world's just a breath and nothing's here to stay, then all of the love we feel will save us anyway. And I will never be the same, will never be the same. Whoa, whoa, I will never be the same, will never be the same ever again.
Hey, it's another SDAQ&A. I'm Peter Dixon, and my very special guest is Dr. Harry Ballis. How are you, Harry?
Well, thank you.
So good to see you again. It's hard to believe that it's 5 years since we last chatted. And
right.
of course, I follow you on Facebook. Man, you've had a busy schedule the last 12 months at least.
Yeah, lots of things to do.
Lots of things to do. Keep on moving, never slow down. Well, thank you for joining us, everybody. Today we are re-watching the interview that Harry and I did 5 years ago, season 2, episode 11 of 86 interviews. I initially was going to do 5 or 6 on Glacier View, just as a retrospective. It was the 40th anniversary. Can't believe it's 45 years now. And Harry was very much involved in the post-Glacier View goings on from different sides of the fence. And so, as I've mentioned before, Facebook is deleting all live videos, so I'm getting all of this season up onto the public platform of YouTube so that the content is not lost, forgotten. And Harry, some of you may know, wrote this incredible book, Leaving the Ministry, trying to get it in focus, a study of the process of exiting. And it says Peter H. Ballis, and everyone always says, "Oh, is it the same guy as Harry?" So you might be
My
able
name
to.
is actually Peter,
Yes.
which it's Peter Harry. Very few have two Greek names, but I'm one of the exceptions. And Peter, when you translate it, is Tiropita, Spanakopita, and I
Ah,
didn't want that nickname. So Mum took my second name, Aristides, and took the Ari and turned it into Harry.
wow.
So so it's the same person, but in a
Yeah.
slightly different way.
Now I borrowed this book off David Thiel. I just want to show it to him. It's in very good condition still. Uh, about 5 years ago. So David, I wrote to him this morning and I said, "Look, let's catch up for lunch next week, and I'll return your book." I'll put a link up a little bit later of where people can still buy it, but it's quite a hefty chunk of cash, but it's well worth it. You've really documented an incredible time in history, post Glacier View. Just tell us quickly a little bit about this book, and then we'll get straight into the interview of the past.
This book sort of grew by happenstance. It wasn't my intention. I went to La Trobe University where they offered me a postgraduate award with lots of money to do my PhD there. At the time, I was a pastor in Wellington, or in New Zealand, Wellington, Hawke's Bay, and whatever. So when I came across to La Trobe University to do the PhD, the supervisor said, "Look, you've already done a lot of the work on religion and politics." An idea that I had that eventually Arthur Patrick picked up and ran with it and did some sort of a PhD himself on that. And they just said, "Can you write a little summary of the Adventist Church?" And I did. And the last section of it related to the 1980s and Des Ford and all of that. And one of the supervisors said, "That's your PhD." His name was Ken Dempsey. He was a Uniting Church minister who did himself his own research on ex-clergy and stuff, and he sort of escorted me into his path to do that. What began as a study about why ex-pastors left, that's what I wanted to know, developed into a book that you've got in there on how ex-pastors construct the story of leaving. What does the story make up? So it's about exit talk. It's about the language of leaving. And in the PhD, I had chapters with theology and all of that stuff. But when you read the thing from beginning to end, you almost don't need that to make sense of this terrible, terrible things that happens. And what this book highlights is an organization that's terrible in its management of staff. You wouldn't run a factory or
Mm.
workshop like that. It was very bad. And the further I went, the worse it got.
Well,
Yeah.
you mentioned off air, other church leaders and the Adventists even still interested in this content? You would be amazed. Like many people watching, I know some weren't even born, till the mid or late 80s and beyond, and they've got a huge desire to learn about this period, and the same issues are occurring right now as they were
You
post
know,
Discord.
you know,
Ted Wilson, Neil Wilson, all still the same politics.
I get reports of about two or three every day of pastors around the world who are reading this thing,
Yeah,
and they get reports from about them and where they are and whatever. This book should actually be a textbook
yes,
for training, because it's not about theology per se. It's about management and mismanagement.
yeah, from a
So
sociological perspective.
in my opinion, it's more dangerous. It's more dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Gillian Ford is watching and she's just written, it's still the same. Work is being treated in a shocking way. Glad you're
Yeah, I
watching,
agree
Gillian.
with Phil.
We might invite Gillian on at the end to chat, you and I, to chat with her about what we see today. And
I'd be delighted.
many people have written to me just since I confirmed that you were going to be coming on, and have said that this was their favorite interview. It's a long one, so sit back and relax and enjoy, everyone. It's definitely worth watching. Moto Sapien says, glad to have you, Dr. Ballis. Glad you can be here to field questions that might come up. And there will be. So if you're watching, just give us a couple of hours and then field your questions in the comments. And without further ado, is it further ado or further ado? Further ado, wouldn't it be?
I do.
Yes. Otherwise, adieu is like a farewell, isn't it? Okay, here we go. And just one last quick thing. Is there any way you think you could reprint this and make it available at a kind of a cheaper price, because it's so popular and hard to get? It's $200 to buy online.
I don't. No, no. It's actually dropped in price. It's
I
much
just checked
cheaper than that.
I just checked this morning. There was one there for 220.
Really.
Yeah,
I
but
got one for a friend, and what they're doing is they call it on the moment printing.
right.
They've got it all set up, and when you write, they don't have stock on the shelf. They just press a
Okay.
button and away the thing goes.
Yes, that's like at Amazon. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, while we're watching, I might do a little bit of a search and see if I can get a link of some cheaper copies, because it is such a good read. It is really. It's like like a fiction novel thing, full of drama. And I've interviewed a few people. I won't name them because you keep them anonymous in the book, but I've interviewed a few people that you did interview for this book, and they've been on the show. And if they want to out themselves, they can do that in the comments. Okay, here we go. And thanks, everyone. Let's enjoy this traveling back in time, 2020, episode number 11 with Dr. Harry Ballis. Hello and welcome to another SDA Q&A podcast, and now live on our Facebook group, which is a private group. And I'm Peter Dixon, your host, and today with me is Dr. Harry Ballis. Welcome, Harry.
Nice to be with you, Peter. Nice to see you after so many years.
I know. It's really good to see you. Can I call you Harry?
Yes, I'd be happy.
I always like to check that. We've had so many doctors on the show that I've always just called by their first name, so I thought I'd just double check. I have very fond memories of you, Harry, when we were living in New Zealand as part of the I guess North Island Conference, or I don't know if it's that
North New Zealand Conference.
the North New Zealand Conference. And as a young whippersnapper there at camp meetings and around the traps, you were probably the most popular youth pastor, and we all really enjoyed any time that you were around. And I have this great memory of you. I must have been 10 or 11, and I don't know how much older than me you are, but you were standing out the side of your tent, which was, I think, next to our tent, Mum and Dad's and my sister's tent. And you were standing out the front going, "I am a tree." And every 30 seconds or so you'd go, "I am a tree." And we were laughing and thinking it was great. And I still don't know what you were saying. Do you remember what that was referring to?
I actually remember the incident. I don't know what I was sort of promoting or pretending to be or whatever. But, you know, when you sort of cite these experiences, I had a happy time in ministry.
Yes.
It wasn't, you know, there were idiots around the place in every church that I went to, but you take them with your stride, and within the mix of the people that you're with. So when you cite these experiences, they're just expressions of me being, I don't know, just me. I enjoy the people. I enjoy the context.
Yeah.
There we go.
No, I loved it and have lots of great memories. What was your official title back then? I'm trying to remember what year that would have been.
That would have been before I was sent to Wellington. I went to Wellington end of 1979. 1980 I started in Wellington. So it must have been 78, 79. 78, 79, in there somewhere.
Right. Good memories. And as I've said in other episodes, after Glacier View, there was a huge loss of incredible ministers like yourself eventually. And that next generation down were poorer for it.
I was observing.
Yeah.
The smart people left. There was almost the belief that you don't need your brains in order to be an Adventist pastor. You can put them in cold storage. And that was so foreign to me.
I recently had a pastor friend say to me that one of his superiors said to him, if you kept your mouth shut a little bit more, you could go a long way in the church. This is 2020.
The best comment that I had, and I don't say this with any animosity, came from Pastor Len Tolhurst, who taught me homiletics or something at Avondale. He kept on making statements, and he used to solicit questions. He was a good teacher and a lovely man. And I kept on asking these questions. Avondale was a difficult place for me because I came out of the blue. I didn't know Adventism from my arse, from my elbow. I didn't have anything there, and I kept on asking questions. And he paused one time after asking a string of questions, and he says, "Harry, we don't mind you asking new questions," because that's what I was doing, asking new questions. So long as you come up with the old answers.
Boy, that's a T-shirt quote, isn't it?
And I said to Len afterward, I said, look, it's the old answers that are prompting the new questions.
Yeah.
You can't have a circular kind of argument in here. But look, I don't want to criticise Len. He was a lovely man. He was a gentleman and a Christian and a scholar. But he was really welded into the Adventist mould, and he was, faithful to it. But he was provoking questions. That's what I was doing.
I remember when you wrote your book that we're going to kind of talk a fair bit about today, and as a young Adventist trying to get a copy of it, your book and another one by, just got a mental blank. It'll come back to me. And within the church, it was not talked about. We couldn't access it. It wasn't in the ABCs kind of thing by the time I was trying to find it. And that's another way, I guess, that the church has been able to suppress material by just not making it available within its gates, I guess. and a lot of Adventists may, back then at least, may not have sought outside. But before we chat about that book, which I can't wait to do because it's kind of known in circles about being a really interesting foray into the ministers' minds, and particularly the minds of ministers that left the church after Glacier View, perhaps. So just take us back a bit. I want to go back to Avondale and where you came from before Avondale. Were you born an Adventist? And work your way from there up to Glacier View and then up to the book.
I'll give you a thumbnail sketch. I became an Adventist in about 1968. My family fell apart. Dad was incredibly violent. I caught him one night beating Mum. It's a terrible story to tell. And by that time, the kids, my siblings, had been contacted by somebody, and they used to take them to Sabbath school each week. So there was this connection. But for me, it happened about 68, about August, when the big bust-up happened. Dad came home drunk, beating the daylights out of Mum. I just lost it. I took to him. He then became super violent. He took all my paintings, my books, my clothes, Mum's clothes, took them around the back, poured petrol on them, burnt them. I was in my pajamas, Mum in a nightgown. We just took the kids, and I said, Mum, I'm leaving, this is it. So we got our...
How old were you?
15, 16.
Wow.
And then we got on the train, we went from Oakley down into the centre of town, changed trains in our pyjamas and stuff, and out again to an auntie who lived all the way the other side of Melbourne. And we moved with her in a 1-bedroom flat, 5 kids and Mum, and we lived there for a couple of years. And the word was we had to shut our mouths. We mustn't bring people home, because if the state gets wind of the fact that a mother is in here with 5 kids in this one room, they'll split us up and they'll send us out and whatever. And in that context, my auntie, there was an auntie who was kind of Adventist, and they started taking me to church, to Greensborough Church in Melbourne, who were a lovely bunch of people. Saw this dude just turn up, and they took some money out of their building program, bless their souls, and they paid me for me to go to the Hawthorne Adventist School. That was in 1969 and 1970. They paid for the fees for me to be educated there. And of course, there's a whole team of people who could recall experiences. It was an interesting time. The principal was Lyndon Thrift.
Right.
Some thought he was a difficult man. I thought he was a lovely man. And I remained friends with him right through till he died a couple of years ago. And I hold him in fantastic respect. Theologically, he didn't agree with me, but that's beside the point, see. Mm. And then about that time, I got called up to go to Vietnam, and I was shitting myself. I was not going to do it. I heard that one way to get out of it is to go to Avondale and sort of start studying ministry. I never responded to the call-up papers, and there's probably still a SOS looking for me.
Hazigo was onto it.
But I went to Avondale with 2 things in mind. Okay, one, because I actually enjoyed the exercise of studying the Bible, learning about that. But by that time, I was already going to art school and painting, and I was taught by a guy named John Balmain, who was from the Max Meldrum School, quite a famous Australian artist, Meldrum, and he had a group of disciples that he was teaching. John Balmain was one of them, and what's the other guy? just Clifford's offside. It'll come. And he was taught. He was a CB taught by Max Meldrum. And I don't know. But anyway, I went to Avondale, and then they told me that you couldn't do theology and have electives out of art. So I was stuck. I couldn't do art. So I was trapped into this thing, and I thought to myself, what the hell am I going to do? And I was having major problems. Major problems because you don't realize it until you're there. But much of Adventist teaching at Avondale, much of the Avondale teaching drew on assumed knowledge. You know what I mean by assumed knowledge? Stuff that you already brought with you.
Yeah.
And they were the things that were called upon to write essays and to answer questions and to do these things. And I was tormented. I was tabula rasa. I didn't know where things were at. And I remember talking with people, and they'd say to me, you know, hang in there, Harry. David Stokes said to me one day, stay with it, Harry. I wanted to switch across the teaching. He says, no, we need ministers who can think, who could bring an intellectual dimension to ministry. And, you know, you sort of stay in there 1 year and stay in there another year, and gradually you get welded in there, but in a strange sort of way. I never sort of quite welded into it. And I didn't know why. For example, I remember Arthur Duffy, he was teaching us there 1 year, gave an assignment, and we had to write a sermon on the state of the dead. And I agonized over this. Such a simple exercise in retrospect, but for me, it was the most agonizing thing. And I ended up writing this thing that he hauled me over the coals as a smart ass or something, because I produced not a sermon on the state of the dead, but a sermon about the state of the living. And I argued that the state of the dead doctrine is a meaningless doctrine because we haven't had anyone come back to tell us what it was like and what death is like. But if we can take a series of assumptions about death, we are actually making statements about living, what living should be like, and all of that kind of stuff. But it was just too difficult for these guys to get their head around.
It's a nice creative paradigm perspective shift.
But the problem is I was doing that with everything.
Yeah.
And the thing that got me in trouble eventually, by the way, the teachers were just inspiring me. Norm had just come back from his PhD. He was all fired up.
What year was this again? Now that you're actually at college?
This was about 72, 73. I'm at college 71, 72, 73. Norm comes back, and he was fired up. He was good. And I didn't know, you know, I was getting into it, and everything that he mentioned, I don't think he realized what effect it was having. I don't know what it was doing to others, but I know what it was doing to me. He came back and he started mentioning stuff that obviously he was picking up from his PhD, and he mentioned Schleiermacher. And I wrote it down, and I couldn't even spell it, about this thinker, this German thinker, Schleiermacher. Well, I couldn't wait to get out of class, and I ran to the library, and blow me down, there's a book that had never been borrowed up on the shelf on Schleiermacher. And I took it. I couldn't understand it. He wrote it in such convoluted way with the long sentences and vocabulary that was way, way beyond me. The Greek, I could speak English, but the Greek was still there. And I was struggling to this. But I tell you what, I was determined, and I borrowed it and re-borrowed it and re-borrowed it. And I think I got a bit of a fist on this book, on Schleiermacher. It was quite radical. And on another occasion, he mentioned Bultmann. And Bultmann was one of these devils that undermining traditional fundamentalist beliefs with kind of new approaches, critical inquiry to the New Testament. And I took Bultmann to bed with me. and I studied Bultmann. I wanted to get to where Norm was going, say. The others that were having powerful impact on me was Des was just, I mean, he was just a messiah for me. Not in the sense that you take a belief and you swallow it, because a lot of it, I wasn't catching the full implications of what he was saying there. But I'll tell you what Des did do, and it'll pick up when we go to the thesis. Des gave us the right to ask questions. Okay? It wasn't the answers. It was the legitimacy to ask questions, see. I heard just a little fraction of the guy Grolleman, Lloyd, that you interviewed. Lloyd made fun and light of the fact of the investigative judgment and all of that. And I thought, where is this guy coming from? He couldn't have said that were it not for Des Ford. Des Ford gave us the right to ask questions. And Des didn't come across in class to say, you need to get rid of these beliefs and you need to get that. Nor did he turn around and saying, you know, you have heard it being said thus, but I say unto you this. It wasn't like that at all. He would say, this is our position on these things. There are some challenges to these beliefs. And there are these positions, and we're still agonizing, whether it's the book of Hebrews or the year, prophetic year principle of interpretation, or Daniel 8:14, or any of these things, okay? He wasn't coming along and say, chuck the old stuff out. But he's saying, here's the stuff. But there were some issues with these, and people were challenging, and they were asking these kind of questions with these things, okay? But Des, for me, right, gave us the legitimacy to ask questions.
That's wonderful.
And I loved him. I loved him for that, okay? And the guy who did the biggest damage, if you're looking to Harry Ballis and say, okay, you've been there, and obviously something stuffed up your brain while you're at Avondale. I tell you, if you want to put it in terms of damage, it was the loveliest bloke that's ever landed on the campus, and that was Niels Erik Andreasen. Niels Erik,
he actually came to the campus.
I loved he was a couple of years. Loved the man. He was married to Dimitra, a Greek, had a young son, Michael, who was about 10, 11, 12. I used to go out canoeing with Michael, and a young Paul Ford. Loved Paul. Paul is just, for me, was just the nicest. I used to go to their home and whatever. Not that I worshipped them, and I was always protective of all of them. But it was Niels Erik Andreasen who lifted the bed covers on the Old Testament for me. And he just made me relive and learn how to interpret this thing from the people that were reading it back then. And then once you understand what it meant to them, then you can ask the question, well, what does it mean to us? So he wasn't trying to rub out the distance between then and now. He was saying, understand back then you should be able to develop strategies for saying, okay, how can we apply these lessons to a new environment and in a new context? Niels Erik and Andreasen was like acid in my brain. Okay. And the most amazing thing that he did, he introduced to us the language of the Old Testament. And the language of the Old Testament, it got me out of Pauline thinking. I was still having the New Testament theology in my head, but it was all couched into the language of the Old Testament. And that was amazing. That was amazing. So in a way, Norm did stuff. Niels Erik Andreasen did stuff. Salem did stuff. He was pushing us back to understand back then. Ford taught us to ask questions. He gave us the license to ask questions. Even though in jest I say, Len said, we don't mind you asking new questions, Harry, so long as you come up with the old answers. So Avondale was a very, very happy experience for me until 1975. By that time I met Chris, who got married. She was teaching at Longburn. I went over there and I was going to meet her parents to ask her to marry me. Went to Longburn. The word got out that I was there. They said, oh, would you come and speak to Bible class? I don't know who the teacher was. And I went there and I saw these kids. And I don't know how it came up, but they asked me a question about, are you Greek? Yeah, I'm Greek. What does the Bible say about wine? I said, wine? What sort of wine did Jesus do when he converted water to wine? And I said, oh, the only wine that they knew. The grape juice thing was with the Puritans. Back there was either wine or there was no wine. And they said, oh, no, it wasn't fermented. And I said, yes, it was. It was only one kind of wine. And the way they got out of the fermenting was they used to dilute it. That's why they talk about strong wine. Don't be taken to strong wine and all of this. And I said, Jesus did what, and they complimented him. It was great wine. They didn't know grape juice. Well, I don't know what happened. By the time I ended up at Avondale, they called me into this meeting. Niels Erik was there and he primed me up beforehand and he said, they want to expel you. And I said, why? And they said, I said, what a silly thing. I said, Dr. Andreasen, you would agree with this. And he wouldn't answer these questions. And they wouldn't do that. And then they came back with a proposal that they were going to take my degree. They weren't going to allow me to graduate. And I said, now listen, guys, I don't really mind you not giving me a job when I finish. Mm. But if you pursue this line of argument, I will go to the education department and I will bring some lawyers and I'm going to sue the arse off you. Okay, you can actually prevent me working for the church, but you can't stop me graduating. Well, they let me graduate.
So who were these guys that were having this conversation with you?
All of them. All of them. Even Des, I don't know to what extent Des was in there, but the faculty, the theology people at the time, and who were they? Stuffy Duffy, there was Norm, Niels Erik Andreasen, and I don't know who else. I don't know who was involved and where, and who were the drivers on this.
But they all had to be there, I guess.
They all had to play a role because I had already been called over the coals or whatever for my beliefs about the investigative judgment. And I just thought the 1844 thing is silly. I couldn't prove it. I didn't know how to prove it. I couldn't do the year-day principle. I thought this is nebulous. I couldn't do the kind of jumps from Daniel 8:14 and do a loop and end up in Michigan somewhere, and 1844 and the corn patch. For me, this is just too wild. I was having problems understanding the doctrines as they were, but this was just way off the planet. Anyway, look, complicated. I went to New Zealand. No sooner than landed in New Zealand, Chris was more or less dismissed from Longburn. they said, if you come in here, you're not going to have a job. So they transferred her from Longburn to teach at Auckland Adventist High School. I was not allowed to show my face anywhere. That year, 75.
Were you given a job when you say you went to New Zealand?
I went
So
to
they
New
gave you the
Zealand,
degree.
I got married. I got the degree. I was accepted by Massey University to do social work,
Right.
and study
Wow.
sociology. I went to the Haskell Park camp. Niels Erik Andreasen saw me there. He was the guest speaker. He said, Harry, can I speak to you here? He says, the place is up in arms here. When they saw you on campus, they're going to lynch you. And I said, oh, gee. I had just been married with Chris about a matter of 2 or 3 weeks. And I said, oh, look, come and have a dinner with us. So he came to our little house. We didn't have dining. We just have little chairs on a table. We had tea together. And he said, you know, how can we stabilize this thing? How can we do this thing? I said, look, I'm not out to destroy them. I just want to shut up and go in there and do my little thing. Well, he managed to pacify them for some reason. And I was working doing quasi-social work in Auckland when about March or April, Ray Swanell, who was the director of the Adventist Hospital, said, we understand that you used to cook when you were at Avondale. Can you be a chef at the Adventist Hospital for us? So I said, oh, yeah, I can do that, I guess. So I went over there, started cooking for these guys while attending Glen Innes Church, and they asked me to take a Sabbath school class that had just blown itself out of the water. There was something like 150, sometimes 200 young people and young couples coming from everywhere and filling up half the church with me. Eventually they came and saw me and they said, look, you're obviously doing the right thing. How about coming and working for North New Zealand? This was at the end of 1976. And so I didn't want to do it. I said, Chris, they're gonna crucify me. Her answer was, you will never know what ministry is like unless you do it, Harry. And it will always eat you up. And in I go into North New Zealand, commencing 76. They got me to work with some old ministers, and I loved them. I loved the old boys. Old Ron Faithful. And the closest people to me were the old boys. L.D. Vince, Pappard Brown, F.L. Stokes, Ron Faithful. I loved it. I used to say to them, how do you survive in this show? Ron Faithful used to get me to come and have meetings at his place. And the first thing that he'd do as I arrived, he says, do you want milk with your tea or not? So we would have a cup of tea. And I thought to myself, how are these guys surviving in this 10-pot show? They've developed strategies, and I wanted to have those strategies. So 1976 was Faithful. 1977, I was working with Glen Innes and Royal Oak, Laurie McMurtry, Royal Oak. Loved the stuff we were doing and the people, and we were running Friday night meetings, and the numbers were just, 1978, they gave me a church in Otahu, a Polynesian church. And, they were the loveliest people. Brokers they're trying to do a fundraising because the church was falling around them. And we'd have a fundraising, sacrificial offering, whatever, and we'd raise $1,500. And we said, we'll never get like that. We've got to do something radical. And some local Chinese people came, and this guy was a market gardener and retired. He said, I hear you want to do fundraising. If I help you, we can actually plant some of the land, and I don't want any money. I just want the community. We'll raise money for the church. And I said, oh, I don't know anything about it. He says, I'll help you. And we planted spring onions, and we sold acres and acres of spring onions. And we raised so much money in 1 year that I bought the land and the house next door to the church, and I left them with $55,000 in cash in those years.
Wow.
The house we bought for $28,000, and we had $55,000, and we grew them out of spring onions.
That's incredible.
And I love them. I love the people.
Yeah.
They loved it. They were just ordinary people who, but in the background, there's all this stuff going on. Well, the president decided I was too tied to the apron strings of the conference. And the person who told me that was a guy named Cam Myers. Cam Myers was in charge of the SHF. He was going to Royal Oak Church. He was an elder working with me, and I love the man. In fact, he gave me a lot of his books. I love the man. He said there was a move to get me to teach at Longburn, but he says the opposition is coming from Australia. So instead of sending me to Longburn, this was our end of 79 now, they send me to Wellington.
And who was the president you were saying that you spoke to?
The president at the time was Reg King, thick as a fucking brick. Delete those words.
I'm going to have to put an E now on the podcast.
Oh my goodness me. Anyway, he sent me down there, and I arrived down there just as the stuff was blowing up with the Des thing. And I came over to take over the church in Wellington from Fred Harding, who's a friend and a great thinker and a very clever man. He's a clever businessman these days. And I come into this place that was just bristling with issues. And my gosh, what do I do? There were things bubbling around, and about that time, was it in 1980 that the Azaria Chamberlain,
Yeah.
it was all mushing up all together in there, and the media was after me, and a lot of people from the media were schooling me. Don't go in here, Harry, respond to this in this way. And they sort of protected me.
The media were asking you questions because they knew you'd studied at Avondale, and that's where
they knew they wanted to interview me about Michael and Azaria, and then the word got out about the Des Ford stuff.
Right.
And they wanted to know about this. And
Had you heard the October 27 forum, 1979 forum tape that he had done?
By that time, I didn't. But it was all exploding.
Yeah.
Exploding, and I knew there were people in administration who were stalking me. I felt all the time. It didn't matter how many thousands I'd raised for her, or stabilised Royal Oak from closing down, or went to Wellington and left them with about $170,000 in cash, to fix their roofs and to put new carpets and to buy church land and crazy stuff. They didn't mind, but I was dying in there, Peter. I was dying. I couldn't talk to anyone. There were accusations, and there were people moving around me. And for the sake of fulfillment, that's the thing about Adventist ministry. Nobody comes to you when you're a pastor and pats you on the back and say, Harry, you're doing a good job. You're one of our boys, Harry. You're doing a good job. You can give them your heart. Irving Goffman, one of the sociologists talked about total institutions. Total institutions are institutions that demand your totality, everything about you. And Andrew Greeley, who's a Catholic priest and a sociologist, picked up this phrase and he wrote a book and he called it greedy institutions. Greedy institutions is when you give them everything, they just want more and they'll suck it out of you. And about that time, somebody was doing nursing, training as a nursing, learned this stuff about total institutions and greedy institutions. And he wrote these articles, a series of articles that he published in nursing journals, and he called them bastard institutions. These are institutions where you give them 150% of yourself, and they demand more. And when you're given more, they turn around and kick you in the face.
Yeah, and they love to criticise as you're going along.
That's right.
Very little defence.
I wasn't getting any feedback. I wasn't getting any reinforcement, nothing, no pats on the back. I didn't know whether my sermon was good or was bad, whether my work was good or was bad. The number of people I visited, the number of people I baptized, and the dollars I'd raised for the church. They didn't give a stuff about that, okay? They're just always stalking you. No sense of fulfillment. So I did a subject through Massey University on the sociology on religion in New Zealand. And I don't know what was going on. The first one I got an A+, and I thought this was good. The next essay I wrote was on about the temperance movement. In 1893, there was the vote about temperance in New Zealand. Ellen White was in Wellington in that year. And I found this in the newspapers, and I was relishing finding Ellen White, descriptions of Ellen White and where she went and where she stayed and all of this kind of stuff.
Fascinating.
And I wrote it in an essay for Massey. And one Saturday morning, believe it or not, there's a knock on the door, and there's two guys there, and I thought they were Mormons. I said, "You're Mormons?" They said, No. We're from Massey University. I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Oh, we're Brian Collis and Peter Donovan, famous names, famous New Zealand scholars who came to my door." Oh, I said, "If you come to tell me that I failed my essay," no, they said, "We want to tell you that we loved your essay.
Yeah.
Can we publish it in one of our books?"
Wow.
I said, "You're kidding." He said, "Look, with your permission, during the week we're going to be down here, and we've made an appointment for you to meet somebody at Victoria University in Wellington." I said, "Oh, who's that?" They said, "It's Lloyd Gearing." You remember Lloyd Gearing?
Yes, famous.
The Presbyterian minister was defrocked for heresy for not believing the resurrection of Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, they made an appointment for me to meet because they said you need to continue your study. And there, Lloyd Gearing sat in having a coffee with me, and he wrote on a sheet of paper, on the tissues, "By this year you should finish this. By this year you should finish your honours. By this year you should enroll in your PhD. By this year you should actually finish your PhD and get a university job. If by this year, by the time you turn 40, at the time I was, 29, 30. If by the time you turn 40, you haven't got a university job, you need to stop trying and stop punishing your wife." Okay? And that was my thing. And you know what? Victoria University saved my soul. From up the top of the library on the 3rd floor, you could look across and you can see where the museum is, and you can see next to Tasman Street and see the roof of the Adventist church. And late in the afternoon, Friday afternoon, I'd be working up there. And tomorrow morning I have to give a sermon. And I thought to myself, what am I going to do what am I going to share with these people? Loved the people. Never wanted to hurt them. Okay, never wanted to hurt them, and I hope I never did in the end.
No.
And you know, the stuff with Adventism was torturing me.
You were
And
just wondering what you could authentically share.
I was up there on the 3rd floor at the library, and one day it dawned on me that whereas all my friends were jumping out of the windows of the church or walking out the back door, the front door, you know, running out, what Victoria University did for me was I was having an out-of-the-body experience. I was seeing the church from above. And it was a bigger thing for me. Everyone, if you can sort of compare it to a mountain, Adventism is like a mountain and it's got rocks. And the 1844 was shaking this mountain where the rocks were about to roll down, and everyone's running up, trying to hold up these pillars, these fundamentals from rolling on. What Victoria University did to me was, it wasn't an issue of whether the rocks were going to fall down there. There were forces at work turning the mountain into a valley, into a plain. They were bulldozing, not the 1844 or Ellen White or some other teaching. The whole baggage, the whole fundamentalist belief of the Bible and everything was just being wiped away. And I tell you, that put me in a completely different. That taught me, you know, Lloyd Yearing used to come to class and he'd give a sheet out and everyone with essay questions, and he would, you know, 20 essay questions, and they would all circle this, and he would say, you look over his glasses, says, Harry Ballis, is he in here today? Harry Ballis. And I'd be always up the front. Oh, yes, he says, I want to see you. And I'd go to see him at the end of class, and he'd have a tiny little strip of paper that he typed, that he chopped, and he'd say, this is your essay. And one of them just nearly tore my guts out. It was the last sentence in a book by Paul Tillich, and the book was The Courage to Be. And it said, what does Paul Tillich mean, being able to find the God beyond the God of theism? Okay? What does it mean? What does it mean to be a Christian and not be theistic?
That's going to open some doors. That's the red pill.
It completely took me somewhere else. With Tillich, I went to Dietrich Bonhoeffer. And Bonhoeffer, you know, everyone reads The Cost of Discipleship, but very few go to his letters and papers from prison. And his letters and papers talked about going beyond Der Ek Machina, the mechanical God. You know, that took me to the Old Testament. That was one of the sermons I preached, thinking from the 3rd floor. What did he mean by that, the mechanical God? And then I realized one of the commandments, the 10 Commandments says, thou shalt not take God's name in vain. Take God's name in vain. We take it, well, we Adventists take it, you shouldn't swear. Okay? What Bonhoeffer was saying, and he introduced me to this idea, taking God's name in vain, and you go back to the Old Testament stuff, which I did, is being in a fix. You know, in the old times, somebody's in trouble, the house is on fire, and all of a sudden you mention God's name and God will come in and save you. Taking God's name in vain is expecting God, the mechanical God, as if just, you press the button, the God name, and out comes this, okay? It was this stuff that it was introduced me to a reading of the Old Testament and the Bible that was completely new to me, okay? And it was that I was sharing with the church. And it was that was giving me survival in Adventism, okay, surviving. I was in Wellington, 80, 81, 82, 83, 4 years. End of 83, I got transferred to Hawke's Bay, who, the most wonderful people, the wonderful business people. You know, the rugby gets sponsored by Pertec.
Yeah.
Pertec is owned by Peter Duncan. Peter Duncan's father is Charles Duncan, Charlie and Sue Duncan at Napier Church. I loved them. And there was Alf Kranz. And when Alf heard that I was coming, he just put his arms around me. And he and Sue and Charlie Duncan and Peter Young and Fred Tasker and Bryce and Ross Jones, the Turleys, the Tags, look, I can go on. They came around me and they shielded me. And every time the dogs used to come in to sniff out what was happening, these people were protecting me, were really, really protecting me. It was the most satisfying environment, and I love them to this day. And they said to me eventually, because they saw Ethel Tolhurst, who was a bad man. He wasn't just a conservative minister. He was a bad man. And I say this without apologies. I developed a file on this guy who, when there was a time when there was potential for him to be the division president, I was going to release a compendium of stuff that I got of him soliciting information from ministers and then executing ministers. A disgusting individual who saw it as an act of virtue to identify dissident, questioning ministers and execute them, and then put pressure on presidents. You know, I heard the guy, Gordon, getting shafted by Lee in Western Australia. Well, the boys in the union and the division were putting pressure on. You know, they were corresponding, and by accident, I was led into this stuff. I can explain how. And this guy used to come down to Napier, insisting that he wants to meet with me. And these guys says, no, any meeting with Harry, we're going to be in there. And look, I was naive. But I love these people. And eventually, 1985, 84, 85, 86 at Napier, fantastic time. I loved every day I was there. Eventually, the people in what they call the Hawke's Bay Outreach Trust, which was a group of business people running trusts to raise funds for the church, pulled me aside and they said, Harry, these guys are after you. They're not going to let you alone. And we have to say this to you. We enjoy your ministry very much and your sermons, and we'd like to keep you here forever. But you're only using half your brain. You need to use the other half of your brain. And I said, what do you mean? And they said, well, you want to do your PhD. We have come together and we raised a fund, some nearly $30,000.
Wow.
And we're going to sponsor you to go to do your PhD. And I left to do my PhD with absolute love. When did I decide I've reached the end of the line? it must have been about 1984 or thereabouts. There was a ministers' meetings at Longburn. They brought some hack from the Ellen White division to pump us up with Ellen White. By this time, I knew who Ellen White was. Arthur Patrick used to send me secretly all these, some copies of his stuff, copies of her letters, pre-editing. And the woman didn't know what the hell she was writing. And the editors came through and took a bunch of bits of paper, and they developed into sentences. And then you have several additions to this, 2 or 3 additions before you actually see the bit circulating.
Could you scan some of those as PDFs and add them on the comments later? Just 1 or 2?
I'll try to get these. I loved Ellen White. I loved it because I humanized her. She was a real human being. She was quite an ordinary person. But about then, when these guys came along, they weren't going to change my thinking about Ellen White. 1844 for me was finished. 1844, I love Lyle, by the way. Lyle is a gentleman.
He said hi to you just before.
He is a gentleman. He is the loveliest person, and I used to just relish being not near him, but as close as to him and sit with him as possible when we were in ministers' meetings together in North New Zealand. Lovely, lovely man.
Yeah.
Who has such a wonderful, compassionate way of trying to see something positive in it. I think he's got the Pollyanna gene in Lyle. Lyle's got the Pollyanna gene. Who will see it. I'm too much Greek. I'm too Greek. and I just, it's too difficult to do this kind of mumbo jumbo thing. I appreciate that God needs to be vindicated on all this thing in the big sky. I think that's a good idea. Whether in fact you can read it in the texts from Revelation sort of into Hebrews and then back into Daniel's and into Leviticus is another thing. Okay, it's another thing. It's difficult. At these ministers' meetings, I don't know what the conversations were behind the scenes, but somebody had a talk to this dude about me.
To which dude?
To this American E.G. White.
Do you remember his name at all, out of interest?
I don't know. I was trying to remember, went for a walk thinking.
Because I remember being at college in '84 and a guy came out from America talking positively about Ellen White as well. So he must have done the round.
Was it Duncan Eva?
I cannot remember. I just remember.
I know Ron Grable was there. There was another guy. For some reason, it's in my head. It was Duncan Eva. This guy made a beeline for me, and he would be speaking at Longburn in the hall to the ministers, and all the time his eyes were riveted on me, and I thought, okay, something's going on in here. And eventually he came and saw me on the Friday night, big event Friday night. We had feet washing. Wash your feet. Okay, and I thought, this didn't fall out of the sky. This is choreographed and fine. And I don't know why. I got down there, I washed his feet. He got down and he washed my feet and he held them tight for ages. And I just cried. I just broke down and cried. And I couldn't stop crying. And he prayed for me and I was still crying. And when we finished, I stayed in the meeting, we sang a hymn, and I still cried. And I left and I got in the car. It's 2.5 hours from Longburn to our home in Hastings. And I cried all the way home because I knew it was finished. It was finished. I was not going to hurt anybody. I was not going to shout around, but I was going to move on in a way that I was going to protect my wife that I love and my kids, because there are wolves in the system. And they were the ones. It's not the blokes out there seeking whom they shall devour. The wolves were actually in the Adventist corridors, and they were devouring. They were mutilating people, friends that I knew, lovely people. Oh man, it was killing me. It was actually killing me. I had a pastor when I was in Wellington, and we ran missions together. And over the hills was a young guy in Masterton, John Heaney, just been married, okay? Just been married. Used to come to my place, and this guy would actually devour him in our lounge, and I tried to protect John. And I pulled John aside and said, do not react. Just shut your mouth and just listen to what this idiot is saying. Don't react to this, because every word that you're saying becomes an occasion for him to give you a bit more. Well, by the end of the year, he destroyed the guy. Yeah. Wolves seeking whom they shall devour. That's who were the wolves, see? They were sheep in wolves' clothing. And he was killing me, Peter. And I set my mind to protect Chris and the kids. And from that point, every move that I made was totally choreographed. Okay? Totally choreographed. I loved the Napier people, the Hastings people. They used to take me out and didn't want me to let go. But they said, you have to go, because we see these guys coming around and they're going to destroy you. Well, what do we do? And I'll tell you who helped me in Wellington. Professor Fraser Jackson, who was an elder. Fraser is the most wonderful individual anyone could know. He was a professor of econometrics in Wellington. And when he saw some of the stuff that I was producing, when I did my honours, they loved it so much that they said I should publish it. So Fraser encouraged me, and with support from the university, I got university friends to contribute chapters. And I wrote the first book, The Adventist History. It's called In and Out of the World, Seventh-day Adventists in New Zealand. And nobody had seen anything like it, even about other denominations, let alone for Adventists. And that won me accolades in Australia and the academic world. That people were getting that. And I, look, once again, it was the Napier people and Fraser Jackson who who helped me along and patted me on the back. He wrote, I say this, I mentioned Fraser because Ron Lawson, who's an excellent scholar, by the way, Ron Lawson is doing some really interesting research on the growth patterns of Adventists and comparing them with, I think, Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons or something. But I tell you, the most innovative demographic study that I've seen was Fraser Jackson's chapter in my book, In and Out of the World. He took the statistics and he was able to take cohort of Adventists from this year, from census to census, and track them from when they were 0 to 5 till when they were 80 to 85, and track this cohort right through. Brilliant man, absolutely brilliant, to be able to do that kind of demographic. And of course, Fraser introduced me to a whole academic context in Wellington. And I've remained friends with these scholars. And these were the people that helped me go to where I am. Off we go to Australia to do the PhD. Am I running out of time, Peter?
No. This is a open conversation. Some have gone for 2.5 hours. I've purposely kept them as a no time frame because I think this is important stuff that people will
This,
reflect on.
this,
You know.
this stuff. By the time I left, I mean, I was destroyed. You know, if there weren't wolves up and down the corridors of the churches, I probably would have stuck around.
Mm.
I didn't agree with these things, and I didn't think it was fundamental to these things.
Mm.
To be a good Christian, to be a good Adventist.
Mm.
Most people, look, even the people who think they know 1844 and all of that mumbo jumbo, even they, I listened to them talk and I think, you ignoramuses. You're totally illiterates. And
I've never been. I was saying to Lyle yesterday, I've never been able to get someone to actually be able to define it clearly for any of the eras.
I've got papers that I haven't sent for publication, and with a lot of remorse. Do you know what I did? Me and a guy that I supervised his PhD went through every document that Adventists have ever published, because they're all online now.
Mm.
And we've chased every single reference to 1844, but a particular phrase. After, about 1865, they used to say, it is 21 years since the investigative judgment study. How long will the Lord keep going with this? And then they take it to 1894. It is 50 years now since the investigative judgment, and surely the end must be nigh. 56 years, 57 years, 60 years, 80 years, 90 years, 100 years. Every time I wanted to see how this phrase kept on mutating, mutating from year to year, because you have to develop some really, really clever footwork to be able to redefine the thing and weave it along so it keeps on going, you see.
Yeah.
And then I used to do an analysis. In what context do they use this phrase? Okay? How is it used? And for what purpose? And I'll tell you, from about 1960 onwards, there's quite a regular recurrence of this phrase. It is such and such. It's been going for X number of years. The end is imminent. The end is nigh. I tell you what, every time is used, okay, it is always, I can say this, always used in the context of raising tithe emphasis, whipping up the boys to put in more tithe, because the Lord has got the judgment over there and he's looking, okay? He's looking, okay? And what's the phrase? Just gone from my mind. Ellen White saw this, the early cameras. It was called I wrote a paper on this. She uses this phrase, this word, one word, for the old camera 3 times in her writings. And the camera, what do you graph? Gyroscope, gyrodograph. It'll come. And what it is using an image. They used to etch this stuff, and they used to create these 3-dimensional images almost, or embossed images. And with a level of detail that was amazing. She was so impressed with the photographic gyroscope. That's it. She was so impressed with the photographic detail in these things that she says, surely the Lord must have one of these that she's keeping on what you're doing, okay? Because he has all this record in detail, okay? But let me tell you where I got onto this, the 1844. If you look at the references to the investigative judgment and all of that, we think the investigative judgment is a judgment whether there's a judge over there, there's lawyers sitting back here, there's a person here on dock, and somebody stands up and, defends you. No, that's not it. Ellen White's language about the investigative judgment was borrowed from the evolving accountancy. Accounting as a discipline was developing, and they had books, and they had ledgers, and they had columns, and it was written to the left, the positive, and there were pluses and minuses, okay? And what you have in a picture in there is not an investigative judgment in the kind of forensic criminal thing that we have in mind, but as an auditing activity. This was, the 1844 was the investigative audit, and the books were open. Okay? And the books were open, and the ledgers were read. Because if you go back to the Review and Heralds, they used to publish these things in just about every issue. The columns with the numbers. See, they don't tell lies, these things. Okay, they don't tell lies. So for me, the investigative judgment is not this; it's something else. And even the whole notion of somebody coming in and pleading a case, I think that has to be reviewed in the context of this, what I call an accountancy thing. Okay, where there's business transactions occurring, and pluses and minuses are being done.
And that theme is through all of the different versions of the investigative judgment right up till now.
That's it. And most people don't interrogate the language that they use for these things. And Adventists have a terrible things. Adventists are like Hinduism, in other words. The thing about Hinduism is it's a faith. I compared it to a vacuum cleaner. It sucks up all the kind of spiritual dust that is around, and everything becomes Hinduism. And Adventism has the kind of vacuum cleanerish element to it. It sucks up stuff, and if it picks up nice little terminology, it doesn't interrogate the language. Okay, it just absorbs it, and out comes into another week of prayer reading.
Anyway. Or in Ellen White's visions and in her writings as well.
I felt sorry for Ellen White. I felt sorry for Ellen White. It was while at Avondale that I remember telling Norm Young this. It was very early years. She had visions. Now, whether it's as Ron Numbers, who's a friend, by the way.
Really?
I love Ron. Ron came and stayed with us.
Oh, wow. The health prophetess.
Yeah.
Prophetess of health.
And he was the first to read the thesis. And he says, there's not many of us, Harry. And he pats me on the back. And to this day, I just love Ron.
I'd love to interview him. His book, is it Prophetess of Health or The Health Prophetess?
Prophetess of Health.
That was the first book that opened the door a little bit for my mind.
It was. I read the review in Newsweek and I ran down and ordered it straight away.
Yeah.
Lovely little book.
Every Adventist should read that book.
To say that her early visions is the fact that she got smashed in the face with a rock. Okay? Whether or not, or they were true visions, whatever you say. But the vision stopped. Okay? The vision stopped. The visions didn't keep on going. I can't remember whether it's 70s, mid-70s, 1870s, but they didn't keep on going. They didn't keep on going. But I tell you what did keep on going. I was shown. The phrase "I was shown," go back into the testimonies, and I have the testimonies here, and follow here through the index where these phrases occur, in what letters, and go to the letters and see what she was doing with this. It was a whipping boy.
Interesting.
The boys in the church, see, that's why I say she is a product of the males. The males were in administration. The males took this little, badge and authority. And they were the ones who were wielding it around. And they gave her the authority to be able to do this. And boy, were they using it to effect. That's why I said to a guy on Facebook, and Jill's interchange somewhere, I said, Ellen White is a product of the organisation. She is the work of man. She is a social construction, okay, devised by men to service a whole lot of stuff for the organisation. I love the stuff to the extent that I nearly memorised, as I tended to do some of my other books. I memorised it. I memorised Steps to Christ. until I read, quite recently, that one of her secretaries had written the Steps to Christ.
Fanny Bolton, is it, or Marion Davis?
I was blown away.
Yeah.
I was blown. And this woman was broken. She was crushed.
Yeah.
She was crushed because Ellen White agreed to have it, and it was going to get published under her name. And I thought, oh my God. The one really positive thing sort of fell out of the sky.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And it's interesting, just a little aside to that, because I'm fascinated with Marion Davis and Fanny Bolton. It's almost impossible to find out information about them post their work with Ellen. There's no books that I can find. So if you ever discover anything, please send it my way. And anything you find.
That is a worthwhile exercise to do a work, because the women are silent in there, because they were the technology behind Ellen White. Okay, they were the technology.
And I wonder if they were silent or silenced, because I know that I think when Fanny or Marion started having questions, Ellen was immediately kind of ostracizing them and saying that Fanny or one of them had mental health issues, and they eventually kind of apologized and came back. They were, it's like that kind of syndrome where the oppressor is worshipped, and they came back apologizing and we're sorry we doubted you and things like that. And I've seen that happen in cults. Yep. The cult leader has this kind of power to make people feel so bad that they come begging back whenever they've shown any sign of question.
Pleading forgiveness.
So I'd love to find, if anyone watching can find any links on Fanny Bolton or Marion Davis, and also Ellen White's sister. I wish that she'd written a book or something about her.
I didn't even know she had a sister. There you go. That's
a twin sister.
What?
Yeah. In fact, if you watch the Adventist movie, which I love as far as production goes, and it's an absolutely incredible movie. It's only released in the last year or two. There's a lot of the sister in the movie, but whoever plays that actress and the people who wrote the script, they capture her so well. She doesn't agree with Ellen. She doesn't roll her eyes, but she has this kind of like, Ellen, you're doing your nuts thing again. And I love watching it just for that. But the movie has these excerpts where Ellen's holding the Bible up and people are looking at her and she's doing the hands above the Bible and quoting texts, and that never happened. But a person next to me while we were watching it said, see, that did happen. And I said, this is just a movie. Sorry.
The stuff, that is really gut-wrenching for me. I say it, and I feel remorse for sharing this stuff, because I never want to hurt anybody in this stuff.
No, that's coming across.
I never want to hurt this.
Your love is coming across.
And look, anyway.
Tell us about the book. Tell us about the book. What led to the book?
I arrived in Australia. They came and asked me. I was in La Trobe University and enjoyed every minute of it. It's just, and the scholars there, the scholars that I worship, I absolutely worship. And they taught me so much. One of them said, and to this day he's a lovely friend, he's probably one of the top sociologists in Australia. and Evan came along and he'd put his arms around me and he'd say, Harry, I want to help you. I want to change you from a pastor and turn you into a scholar.
So you were getting affirmation that you weren't getting in the church. Apart, you were getting it from the grassroots, beautiful people, but not from the administration.
From the church, but not from the administration.
Yeah, yeah.
They are. R.K. Merton, a famous sociologist, wrote an article about the under-socialized individual. Under-socialized. A lot of the administrators are under-socialized. You kind of feel you want to pick them up. They're good people, right? But you want to pick them up, open the oven, put them in, put it in 30 minutes at 180 degrees, and have them socialized a bit more. How to get on with people.
Yeah, yeah.
How to reward people. How not to feel threatened with these things. Okay? How to be able to cope with a questioning environment. And under-socialized individuals, every question, every hesitancy, every time you breathed before you gave an answer.
Yeah, yeah.
Grounds for attack. Okay?
Yeah.
And I came to Latrobe, and these guys would give me their hearts, and they'll say, take our books, take these with you, tell us what you think. Where do you get this? And you wonder why Harry felt absolutely rewarded and satisfied out of the system. And inside, I kept on looking sideways, and I'm looking, who's coming around this place? What are they sniffing around for?
Yeah.
You know?
I found that in the music world too after I'd left, because my wife said to me, she'd never heard of Adventism until she met me, and she said, she called it Adventisty. She said, you've never lived in the real world, and it really annoyed me. It really annoyed me.
Hey, I want to meet your wife. I listened to her just a little bit. She's from Ireland.
That's right. Yeah, I did an interview with her on my other show.
I on that because my daughter's partner, Professor Kevin Harrington, he's the chair of the Institute of Cancer Research in London at the Royal Marsden Hospital.
Right.
He's Irish.
Right.
And they wanna honour him with honours, make him Lord and whatever, because he is one of the famous cancer, head and neck cancer.
Wow.
Did genetically modified stuff. Anyway.
Yeah.
And he said, Harry, it'll never happen. I'm Irish, and I'm not recanting being Irish to become English. They can get stuffed with their honours.
Spoken like a true Republican.
So there we go. Okay.
Back to
at Latrobe, and I'm enjoying it. And then out of the blue comes this thing. Would you look after North Fitzroy Church for us? We have something like 15 doctors attending this church, and none of our ministers can handle that. And you know what? It was an amazing place. And the word got out. And I don't know how the word gets out. And this little church of about, 80, 85 people with 15 doctors, all of a sudden had 300 or 400 people, with lots of couples coming from everywhere. And we had Trevor Magnuson Roger was doing his PhD, so he was there. So he brought his clan across. And there were a whole lot of other PhDs and young trainee doctors, and they came in there. It was an amazing place. And an amazing person in there was Winston Kent. Winston, who was declared to be the father of CBs. The CB of all CBs was in there. Man. I mean, Winston's daughter married Bernie Brinsmead. And Sally married Andrew Kemp. There are 3 or 4 daughters, and Jamie, well-known people, right? But Winston was in a category of his own. At the time, he had these beliefs about the Jubilee, the Jubilee was some, I don't know, CB thing that God was going to do this, and he had it all calculated, and we're at the edge of this Jubilee to happen. It was kind of variation of the 1844 complement.
Last generation theology.
Yeah, and I listened. And I said, oh, look, Winston, I hope you don't mind, but I think there's a lot of bullshit, quite frankly. Oh, he said, is it? Anyway, he doesn't react all, Winston. He just stores it. And some weeks later, I had a terrible chest, and I could hardly breathe. And I said, hey, Winston, I've got a terrible, terrible infection in my chest, and I think it's not something that'll go with lemon juice and honey. It'll need to see you. He says, well, come and see me at my Preston home, at the home. So I went there, and Heather was there, and escorted me to Winston's office, and he looked, and he said, yes, he says, you've got a bad infection. I'll have to give you an injection on this one, Harry. Can you pull your pants down? And I said, yes. And he said, now bend over because I have to give it on your backside. I said, oh, do you? He said, yes. And he's on the side here like this, checking the injection. He says, now I hear you don't agree with my Jubilee. He was about to charge me.
Do you disagree? Do you say or question your concern?
Where do you stand with the Jubilee? I said, Winston, do you want me to say that I'm a Jubileeist now? Hey, I love the man.
Oh, I love it.
He said to me, Harry, you're a humanist. And I said, oh, gee, Winston, I don't know if that's a criticism or a compliment. I'm a humanist. And he says, well, I just want you to know that you're a humanist.
Wow.
On another occasion...
Almost said with no judgment.
My son Pete, he was about 7 years old, and he came to me before we were going to church, and he said, Dad, can I have a talk to you? And I said, yeah. And he said, you're not going to be upset with me. And I said, oh, I hope not. I don't know what you want to tell me. He says, I want to tell you that I don't believe in God. I said, you what? He says, no, I don't believe in God. I said, what? That there is a God? He says, nothing. He says, you know, what you're talking about, he says, I just don't believe that stuff. You thought about it? And he said, yes, carefully, for some time. And I've been trying to work out how to tell you. Seven, you know? I went to church that day quite distressed. And Winston pulled me aside and he says, Harry, what's the matter? Your mind seems to be somewhere else. And I said, it is. I said, I just had a conversation with my son, Pete. And I said, don't say anything to this. I say it in confidence, Winston. And he sort of looked at me, never said anything to anyone. But do you know what he did? He went and sat at his pew, as he normally sits, and he put on his left-hand side Peter. He took Peter, went and got him from Chris, because we tended to sit behind him in the pews, and set him next to him and put his arm around him. And on his right-hand side, he had Sally, his daughter's son, his other grandchild, Charlie, bright boy. He's a lecturer now at Melbourne Uni. And he had the two boys this way, and he held them tight right through the service. Mm. This is the man that everyone wanted to crucify, and there were moves to crucify him because of his extremes. And I said to him, Winston, I will defend you to the end. I will lie in front of the train to protect you. I will not allow anyone to take any action on you. You have a right to be you, Winston. Mm. Don't agree with him, but I'll defend you. Mm. Okay? He says to me, why are you doing this, Harry? I said, because if there's room in the church for conservatives like you, there's room in the church for humanists like me. Mm. Okay? And a healthy church is the one that is able to hold on to the left and to the right, rather than these kind of weird blokes in the middle.
And I guess in many ways, the Glacier View episode demonstrated that the leaders don't agree with that.
They were diminutive minds.
We're getting a lot of comments saying we want to hear about the book.
Okay. I went to start the PhD on continuing on my research in New Zealand on Adventist New Zealand politics. I gave the idea to Arthur Patrick and he wrote his thesis on it.
Mm.
These guys said to me at La Trobe, they said, it's a wishy-washy stuff, Harry, you've already done it, let's get something new. So they asked me to do a literature review to give them something about Adventism, map the contours. And I wrote a paper and I called it Mapping Adventist Contours, 30, 40 pages, and here we are. And the last 3 paragraphs were really the big bust-up. And one of them circled it in red and they said, there's your PhD there.
Wow.
And one of the supervisors was a guy named Ken Dempsey, a Methodist minister who wrote quite a few books, and one of them was about ex-Methodist ministers. And he said, I'll help you. So he framed the early stuff, okay, didn't quite know where I was heading. And I had another one, Rowan Ireland, who was probably the top sociology of religion person in Australia. And these people mentored me through this thing. I didn't want to do it. I begged them. I said, this will destroy me. He said, well, he said, it'll take big people to climb out of this. And it began really doing this book. And by the way, the published book version of the book, that has 11 chapters in it. Okay, it's published by a famous press, Prager in the States, who had business. There's 11 chapters in there. It's beautifully produced. It's really lovely. I'm proud of this book. But if anyone's going to follow, this is a highly redacted version.
Oh.
There are 2 chapters missing. The PhD had 13 chapters. Normally a PhD is between 85 and 100,000 words. This is 150,000 words. It had something extra in there. I did an interview with Des Ford, which I'll come in, and I thought it was such an important document that I transcribed it and I put it in the PhD. I thought for posterity, people might want to see that. The other thing is I was writing in, and I'll come in and highlight some stuff on there. The most difficult chapter was the chapter that I found I didn't know how to get around to writing. On the 8th of December, 1992, I had a terrible car accident. It was a head-on car accident. The newspapers and the radios and the television said leading academic, severe hospitalized, suspected permanent brain damage.
Wow.
Well, I thought, I didn't know whether I had it or not. The kid says, Dad, we see evidence of that. So I think there's some permanent brain damage. But the biggest chapters, the most difficult chapter, was one that I was drafting in my head. Where is it? I was drafting in my head while I was in hospital. Here we go. The biggest chapter, let me just show you how big it is it's here. It's 25,000 words. Ordinarily, it's a quarter of the thesis. Okay. It's called Charismatic Leadership versus Bureaucratic Authority. That is the chapter on DES. Okay.
How can we get a copy of the
Oh,
the less redacted version?
well, I can.
And how can we get a copy of that book? I was looking on Amazon the other day, and the cheapest I could find was about $142.
I know. We probably
Did
have
they,
to create a borrowing of one version and just keep trundling it around, Peter.
do you have the rights to it, or you signed up and they have the publishing rights?
I have a version, an exact version of this, of the actual gully, that I can run some off. And let me see what I can do.
Okay.
Now I do.
So tell us a little bit about the contents of the book.
There's 2 chapters missing, right? One is on Des, and the other chapter is on the theology. When you look at the study, and I did 43 ex-pastors, I surveyed 100-something other ministers. I had a whole lot of other. I have files on every dozens and dozens of ministers. Let me just see. Page 18. No, it's a bit further here.
When you say hundreds of other ministers surveyed, you mean within the Adventist Church?
Adventist ministers, Adventist ex-pastors and continuing pastors.
Right.
But what I decided to stick to just the 43 of them, if you can see there.
Mm-hmm.
See?
Names listed or just numbers?
No, I had to give them, I've falsified everything. I think some of them people may be able to identify themselves. There's a number of things that I did in here. This page 18 is every Adventist pastor from 1950 right through to 1982. I worked on those dates. How many graduated from ministry? How many didn't start their ministry? How many women in there? How many went into teaching? How many left in ministry? And how many of the original 22 stayed in ministry? Okay? So by continue in ministry as of 1990. So from 1950, 14 were still in ministry, 6 had gone out. Okay? In fact, in every 10 years, 50% of the ministers that train leave. Okay? 1 of every 2 will start ministry but will leave.
Wow.
But what was happening in the 80s and the 90s, whereas it taken 10 years to reach the 50% in previous decades, it was now happening every year.
Wow.
The level of hemorrhaging that was occurring was enormous.
As a direct result of Glacier View?
Okay. What I want to say about that, because I did this interview with Des, and I love Des, and I gave him every opportunity to criticize what I call the wolves down the corridors. And he would say to me, he would pick me up several times during the interview. He says, "No, Harry," he says, "you're a bit harsh. They're not bad men. They may be ignorant, but they're not bad men. Okay? You need to be more gentle on these people. Okay? I think they are bad men. Bad men." He wanted to take all of this here, but I want to read you just one paragraph. Because in one of the chapters, it's in the book and in the thesis, it's chapter 3 in the published, Adventist Pastors and Ex-Pastors. Because there's images. Who are these guys that are going to leave? Okay? The popular image of the ex-pastor is a young disgruntled convert who had been studying in non-Adventist institutions and drinking from polluted secular fountains, and who thus had become corrupted and confused by secular thought, fails against the complex portrait that has emerged in this brief overview of ex-pastors. What has been shown in this chapter is that the category of ex-pastors includes young men as well as mature persons in their late 50s, new entrants to ministry with less than 10 months of service, and pastors with 30 years of experience. Some who commenced ministerial training immediately upon completing secondary schooling, and others for whom ministry was a midlife career choice. The chapter has shown that some among the leavers have no academic qualification and take little interest in academic matters, but others who are highly qualified and continue to enjoy academic pursuits. Ordained pastors, licensed ministers number equally among believers, as do ex-pastors who were born Adventists, and in a number of cases represent 2 and 3 generations of Adventist ministers. As a group, ex-pastors reflect fairly accurately the major characteristics of the Adventist ministerial workforce in age, years of service, educational achievements, and status in ministry. So on the basis of the data examined in this chapter, one conclusion we may draw with confidence is that every Seventh-day Adventist pastor has the potential of becoming an ex-pastor. Every individual.
So it's not based on
and I mention here Lloyd Grolleman simply because he's just a minister that I heard. He has the potential to be an ex-pastor. Everyone. You can't say, oh, not me, not me. Many of them had said that, and they'd become. Okay? The question is, okay, what is it? The other thing I want to say about the book, I went in there wanting to understand why the ex-pastors left ministry, right? And I agonized over this. I nearly fell over this because it just nearly destroyed me trying to answer that question. One day I did an interview with an ex-pastor, and the story wasn't gelling. It just wasn't sticking together. He said, Harry, have you got enough? And I said, look, you're in control of this interview. We've been going an hour and a half. And he said, and he painted himself as a good thinker, innovative thinker, who asked too many questions, who wouldn't live within the traditional boundaries. But it wasn't gelling in my head, Peter. It just wasn't sticking. And he said, well, look, you must run out of tape now. So I opened my little satchel, and I had about a dozen cassettes there, all with about 2 hours each. I said, we can be here till tomorrow, but it's you tell me when to stop.
And he knew it was anonymous as well, but he was still holding out.
Can you turn that off for a minute? Put it on pause. And I did. And off the record, in the next 5 minutes, he told me a very, very sad story. He got caught up in the situation. He didn't know how to get out of it. He had an affair. And eventually somebody blew the whistle and he was finished. And I took that tape. I came home. Chris said, how was your interview? And I said, I need to think about this. It was interesting. I went to the kitchen and I got some tin foil and I wrapped it up in tin foil and I opened the filing cabinet and I threw it right down the back because I wasn't going to transcribe that. I wasn't even going to tell my supervisors about this interview. I wasn't going to tell them that here is one of your star sociologists who's just had 1.5 hours on tape. Somebody just doing a job on me. Well, I'm too honest, Peter. I cannot live with this stuff. It's not that anybody else will ever know, but I will know. And I don't want that in the corridors of my mind. So I took it out and I transcribed it. And the longer I transcribed it, the more frightening it became to me. You know why? Because that interview, that transcribed interview, read almost exactly like every other transcribed interview. And the big intellectual challenge for this book, and ultimately that I got a good name as a social researcher. How do you know? How do you know that they weren't all snowballing me? How do I know? Okay,
Because he was the only one you really pushed.
that's it. That's it. And the answer came when I read an article. This article was a long time ago. I first read it when I left Avondale. It was published in 1934 sometime. Well, I can tell you exactly when it was published. It was published in 1940. And it was called Situated Actions and Vocabularies of Motive in the American Sociological Review in 1940. Situated Actions and Vocabularies of Motive. I didn't know what the hell that was about. Didn't understand what C. Wright Mills was talking about. And I used to carry that to my ministers' meetings. I had them at the campground. I used to take it wherever we went, this article, and I would read it at night before I went to bed. And one day, it dawned on me what it was all about. It was situated actions is what people do in certain situations. And vocabularies of motive is what they say about what they do. And that gave me the entree to this. Because in the end, what I got was not what they did, but what they said about what they did.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay? And what I call that retrospective reconstruction. Okay? Because
even though they knew you weren't going to name them.
That's it.
Does that, by not naming them, does that lessen the degree of what you're talking about happening?
It doesn't lessen, but let me just see. But it does change something.
Can you keep that thought going, but just so I don't forget, I'm just interested in you unpacking some of the kind of questions you were asking.
Yeah, keep going. Some of the questions that I was asking these guys.
Yeah.
The things. You know,
Now, so these are guys that have left the church already.
These are guys who left ministry.
And some hadn't left it yet.
No, all of them left.
They all left.
I interviewed a whole lot of others.
And they were still cautious. They still wanted to paint the picture that they wanted you to hear and that they wanted themselves to hear.
No. In one of the things we now know in sociology is, particularly in interviewing, and I'm sort of contracted to write a book about this stuff with one of the big publishers. Retrospective stuff is really difficult, stuff in retrospect. And when you do an interview, you're actually asking people to do stuff in retrospect. When people report stuff, okay, they don't report you as it happened. In the telling, they actually pull out the iron and they iron out all the wrinkles.
Yeah.
And they put a nice smooth. They top and tail the story. They give it a context. Let me illustrate to you. A lot of the ex-pastors that I interviewed present a structure that I call conversion narratives. Conversion narratives are like this. Once my life was down here in the dumps. I didn't know who I was and where I was going. And one day, it was going downwards and it was disappearing. And at a certain point of time, Jesus came in my life. And that event was completely transformative for me. It changed where I was and where I was going. So the narrative from going down to that point now begins to go up. So conversion narrative has a hinge in the middle with this conversion, so that the story hinges with a before and after. Okay?
Which
Some
makes
of
the teller of the story of the hero, because you've overcome, there's been protagonists, you've overcome the challenge, and now you're rising above it.
And they introduce other things. The hinge point, right? The changeover becomes a particular kind of event. Now, was it Des's event? Was it the Des Ford experience? For some of them it was. Okay, for others it wasn't. Okay. Let me tell you another way of reporting. For some of them, it was the inverse. Whereas conversion stories are like this, others gave me this narrative. My life was going along smoothly. Everything was going fantastic in ministry, right? And then this thing happened, right? And then from that point on, it's all downwards.
Yeah.
And out. Okay? That thing, whereas the other one was conversion stories, I call these ones atrocity tales. So some of the interviews that I got were tales of atrocity, and some of them were framed as conversion stories. Did it happen like that? You see, what I did in the interview, when I go to their places and I turned the interview and I said, tell me your story, some of them have never told the story before. And what they did, and I say this in chapter 3 or 4 somewhere, what they did was really interesting. They gave me a truncated story that had an ending and didn't have a beginning. They gave me the blood and guts here. And I said, oh, gee, hang on a minute. I don't know anything about you. Well, I did know. I knew a lot about them. I had their letters of resignation. I had interviewed other people about them. I had the discussion from the minutes in the conferences and the division and the union. I had all of these documents for every pastor that features in here. I have all of this, but I wanted them to tell me their beginning. And I'll tell you, when it began like this, the story eventually builds up to this exit. And the thing that happens and busts is anything. Let me tell you one. Here is a young guy who was working at a church, and he said, Harry, once the Des stuff happened, I was washed out. I didn't believe this stuff. Des stuff comes out now, and what that means is the police are around me now. They're stalking me. Des and I agree in some respects, but I've gone way, way beyond Des on this stuff here. But these buggers are after me, and I'm just washed out. So he goes to the conference president and said, look, I'm really washed out. I've run out of energy. I just cannot continue in this thing here. And I said, my boy, put his arm around him. He says, don't worry, he said. We go through difficult times. How about you have a couple of months off? We'll continue this, and I won't take it as holiday. Just go and have a rest and take a holiday and get refreshed. He went home and he came back the following week and he said, look, I can't do it. He said, look, I don't believe in Ellen White. I have problems with the investigative judgment. Now listen, the conference president said to him, look, Ellen White, you're not obliged. It's the Bible and the Bible only for us. He says, if you don't want to preach quoting Ellen White, fine, don't go out staring at people about it. He says, I'm not. He says, well, he says, you're all right. And as for the investigative judgment, who knows what this thing is about, okay? And this guy, remember, he's washed out, goes back home, tells his wife this, and said to him, look, go and be honest with this guy, okay? Go and be honest. What does he do? A couple of days later, he's back in the conference office seeing the president again. He said, look, theologically, I've lost my moorings. I've got no moorings. I'm not tied. There's no anchor down there. He says, look, I know about your Adventist, your investigative judgment now on White. He said, look, I think the Sabbath's stuffed. He said, what? He says, you don't believe in the Sabbath? He says, no, mate. He says, I think it's all nonsense, all this stuff. Well, he says, you better write your letter of resignation.
Right.
You see?
Yeah.
Here is a guy that came out with the questions and the environment and the learning and the questioning in the context of Des. What Des thing happened is once the explosions were out and shrapnel was flying in all directions, okay, it was picking up victims in a variety of ways. And in that environment, this guy who was able to balance the beliefs and create an environment where he was doing pastoral ministry with, I call it emotional devotional, Jesus loves you and let's sing a hymn and all of this kind of thing in a prayer. He could survive this, but in the context where they were mutilating Des and a whole lot of other young ministers and others, right, he was finished. He had to go. Okay? That's what you have in here. And that's what you have their stories told in here.
Of the people that you interviewed, how many do you think were harshly dealt with? And did they talk of it?
Every one of them. Every one of them. Every one of them probably could have survived in the system. Okay. Except for the guy who turned around and he had an affair, and the system, well, the church has got its own rules about all that kind of stuff. These guys, for the most part, would have continued. And if it wasn't the kind of antagonistic, the kind of environment where all these carnivores were let loose down into the church, just devouring. People from the organization, the unions and the conference and the division were writing to churches to send them transcripts and reports on their ministers and their. I wanted to do an interview with Harold Harker, and I suspect the man was shitting himself, because I flew from Melbourne to Sydney to interview him. I go in there, and where's Harold Harker? Nowhere to be found. He'd flown the coop. His PA came along and he said, look, I don't even have it written in his book that he has an appointment with me. And I said, well, I can show you the emails that I have with him. Oh, she said, look, I'm very, very sorry. What did you come to see? And I said, look, Harold has some material that he wants to share with me about Adventist ex-pastors. Oh, he says, we have a lot of stuff here. And she says, look, I'm sorry he's not here. Can you sit in his desk and I'll show you all the stuff. So you open these files, big filing cabinets of stuff, drawers and drawers and drawers of ministers' names and reports.
If Harold had been there, you wouldn't have seen that.
You bet he wouldn't. And you know what? The young lady wanted to help, and I said, oh, jeepers, there's some stuff here, I don't know how to do this. She says, I said, oh, can I copy some odd pages? She says, yeah. How about I'll bring you in a photocopier? So she brought this photocopier and closed the door. I wanted to go for lunch, and I thought, bugger lunch. I'm going to stay here. And I came out with about, a ream is 500, right? 500 pages. I came out with nearly 3,500 pages of everything copied in every drawer in those things on those files.
What was the thread? What were some of the things you discovered?
I felt sick.
Tell us.
I felt sick that they were just all the reporting. Our pastor did such and such. He went to a meeting such and such for dinner. The conversation was about this. He reckons this about Ellen White. we asked the questions about 1844, and he said he couldn't answer us 1844, and away you go. They asked him about Des Ford, and he said, "Oh, I feel sorry for what happened to Des Ford. That is just a tragedy." All of this gets reported back.
That's a dossier on each pastor as well?
On each pastor and conference, okay?
In Australia, New Zealand, and the Pacific?
That's files of this stuff.
And you've got these files? You've got these files?
That's why I said, if Athol Tolhurst, there was even the slightest whiff that he was going to be the division president, I was organising to actually release these things as a compendium of this thing. It is disgusting. It destroyed me, Peter.
Do you still have them?
Oh, I have them, all right. In fact, I wanted to deposit them at the Ellen White estate because I've got hundreds and hundreds of feet of microfiche and microfilm and all of this kind of stuff over there. But I said on one condition, that we rename it the Ellen White and Harry Ballis Memorial. Probably in the end, I'm probably going to give it to them.
Well, let me have a look first. We've had a few people ask if if SDAQ&A would publish some of their works that they can't get published. So we might become a publisher and we'll go 50-50 with you.
Look, there are some wonderful documents around. Okay.
So obviously that was a lot of pressure. I remember even with gigs, even musicians were getting that as well. We would have people reporting, they would come to gigs just to take photos and report back. And I read some of those files too. I know the Concerned Brethren were very much behind that, the Standish brothers and others, motivating the troops. How much pressure was put from the above, from Neil Wilson down to Parmenter, down to Athol to carry out these orders?
I didn't get stuff from the division out. I didn't get that.
Right, but do you have some thoughts that the pressure was coming from above?
It was totally choreographed, totally. Okay.
What way?
They organised it. They look when Des was to go to PUC off to America. You don't have to be a bright boy to come across and say, okay, they're going to put a fence around this guy, okay. And it was a matter of time how much they could stomach and what they were going to do. And I fell for Des. Loved the guy, a gentleman and a scholar right to the end, who I gave him the right to criticise these bastards. And he says, no, Harry, no, you're being harsh. Okay, you need to be gentle on these people. He was forgiving to these people. I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
I interviewed him just before he passed, maybe a year or two, and anyone interested, they're in the actual podcast. If you go look online for the podcast, the first 3 episodes, and he was the same. He was the same then as well. This is at the end of his life.
I have snippets in my head of lovely conversations. Once I don't even know the context. We were walking along, and all these, end of final year theology students were asking profound questions. So I wanted to ask a profound question, and I didn't know what question to ask. So I asked him, Des, you have so many books. Why do you have so many books? And he actually stopped and he said, Harry, the more you read of other men's ideas, the more you have of your own.
Say that again. The more you read of what?
The more you read of other people's ideas, the more you have of your own.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And he inspired me. I have in my library some, we're not interviewed in my library. My library's up in my shed. It's got over 1,000 books, and I'm surrounded, and they are talk to me. And
do you think these guys, the Parmenters and the Tolhursts, in some ways were heroic in that they were trying to defend a church that is actually very much in the DNA of Adventism?
I think they were genuine in that. genuinely bad people wanting to achieve good things. So I'll give them that much. But I'll tell you what, eventually, churches do not survive on deception. You know, churches that want to proclaim truth are not built on lies. Eventually, it's going to ooze underneath. It's going to become stuff.
Have you followed much of recent church activities with the compliance document?
A little bit at the edge of it.
Yeah.
The pastors continue to write to me, okay, pouring their heart out on this. Okay.
These guys that kind of you did the interviews with, and when I was talking to Gordon Hammond the other night, he was suggesting that Athol had told him there were about 180 that he'd managed to kind of loosen from the church.
He used to have numbers.
Would you have thought there was more than that in that period of 1980 to 1995, for example? Do you think the numbers were more than 180?
In my thing, I came out with 183 ministers left. Okay, in the interval that I was from 1980, I think, to 1988, I was looking at.
Right. Yeah.
183.
And where do you think they are now?
I tell you what really is interesting with the ex-pastors. You basically got two types. You're either born in the church and became a pastor and left, right? Or you converted to the church, trained for ministry, went in and then left, okay? Almost without exception, everyone who was born an Adventist, either continues as a Christian in another denomination, became a minister in another denomination, remains an Adventist but not as a minister, but it continues to attend church, or has returned to ministry. The price of letting go when your family roots are tied in and welded in this total organization are very difficult to let go. The price is too big. And it very rarely happens. If you converted to Adventism, okay, and trained and in ministry and left, you're like Halley's Comet.
Gone.
You do your perihelion, and then it just goes into the ether.
Yeah, often have become agnostic or atheist or secular humanist.
A lot of them. And the peculiar thing is, I sometimes hear some of them retelling their past. And you know what? It's ex post facto narratives, rewriting history. I'll tell you 2 minutes. A lecturer visited La Trobe University when I was training, when I was doing my PhD. It was a woman from England, and I don't even know her name. And she was doing this really, really interesting research on couples that busted. And she sent out flyers and got 20 couples who had broken up in the last 8 to 10 months or something. And she interviewed them, interviewed him, and then interviewed her. Wanted to know his story and wanted to know her story. 5 years later, she brings them up and does another set of interviews, exactly the same. Him, her, his story, her story. 5 years, she did this 4 sequences, okay? What she wanted to know is what happens to the story over time, okay?
Yeah.
What a fascinating study.
Yeah,
What
it's a
happens?
bit scary too.
In the first 5 years, some of them, would say, oh, gee, did I say that the last time? It wasn't the time before that. Or maybe I didn't say that. Did I put it this way or did I put it that way? In the first up, His story is that she's a bitch, and her story is that he's a bastard. By the time they come to their fourth story, right, he says, I've done a lot of growing ups in those years. I look at things differently now. I was a harsh person, and I probably hurt her. Notice what's happening to the story. Not only does it get abbreviated, okay, and the chronology gets concertinaed, but there's actually a review of the thinking. And that's what you're going to find over the Des Ford stuff in the 1980s, okay, and we're leaving the Adventist ministry, okay. Some of them are going to come back and reclad themselves in ascension robes or ironing it out, on the wiping out the wrinkles and whatever. And I'm not saying that's bad. I'm saying that is what happens with time. And that is what happens with interviews, because when we interview, we're getting retrospective reconstructions.
Is that happening today?
Probably it is happening today. And somebody will judge me and say, you said this in your thesis and that in your book or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you recount just a couple of other stories that you had with a couple of the ministers? I'm not mentioning names, but just to share. It just puts a nice human
all of these
element to it.
There's a whole lot of stories in here, and I've tried to change their name, and I've given you a couple. The ones that I will say, and look, if for those who try to get it, public libraries have a copy of this. See whether you can get a copy from a
That's
library.
not in print anymore. Is that what you're saying?
I think it is in print. They did another run. But the chapter that I think is chapter 9 that I recommend, because there, in the process of interviewing this, I went to one interview, and the ex-pastor kept on telling me things, and his mind kept on getting fuzzy. And his wife was standing next to us. She actually pulled the ironing board next to him so she can do the ironing and listen to what was the interview. And every now and then she'll chip in. She'll say, no, it didn't happen like that. It happened like this. And I said, oh, I see. It happened 2 or 3 times, and I thought, okay, I need to stop this. And I said, what you're telling me is really, really interesting. Would you have the time at the end of this interview for me to interview you? I'd love to do that if you're happy. And I think 10 or 12 wives agreed to be interviewed.
Yeah, because a lot of people have said, where are the women in all of this?
I tell you, the women have the real story. Okay? In this book, I argue theology is the language of exiting. Remember the pastor who said, Ellen White, and the Sabbath is stuffed? He says, theology is the language of exiting. If you can frame your exit in terms of theology, you left. But I tell you what this thing has is case narratives of many ex-pastors. There's lots of them in here, where theology provided the language, but there are a whole lot of social compositions in here, constructing lives. It's almost as if the experience of ministry flew up a whole lot of asbestos dust, this toxic dust that landed on them and eventually killed them. And it came out in the form of theology. What the wives do is something really, really interesting, because I said here a little statement at the start of this chapter. See,
Wives as facilitators of exit.
That's right. Where the little quote there, it says, she wasn't kicked out, she walked out. Right? She wasn't kicked out. this pastor in one of the churches was having real problems. The problem with this kid was he was a working class kid, right? Working class of working class, who found Adventism, went to ministry, had what Weber would call social upward mobility. He gained respectability, he had a nice car, wore a suit and tie and whatever. He had all of the trappings of the lower bourgeois, the lower middle class. He went up from here to here, okay? But he was a working class kid at heart. And you got appointed to work in a upper middle class church. And the thing was just not working. He wasn't disciplined to do his gardening. He left the lawns undone. The hedges grew wild and woolly around the place. You go around home and this kid is running without pants and all over the place. The house inside didn't look like a minister's home. It was all over the place. It was untidy. There's clothes everywhere. The beds were made and whatever. One day the wife was really, really sick. And the husband was saying to the president, look, I can't come out. I'm looking after my wife. She's not well. Well, the dog of the president, one of these wolves, went over there and he was going to instruct on how to be a minister's wife. The woman was clearly having problems. She was sweating. She was with a fever. She was in bed. She was suffering. So this dog went and sat next to her on the bed in her bedroom, sat next to her and preached to her and instructed, okay, on how to be a minister's wife. And he says, and you need to get up, and he says, you need to persuade your husband to get up and have some decency, to go and chop the hedge, for goodness sake. Look what it looks like. Oh, she says, just a minute. So this woman hobbles out of bed, puts on her dressing gown and excuses herself, left this guy sitting there waiting, looking out the window, wondering what she's going to do. She comes around the outside with a fucking axe. And she went up to the hedge and you know what she did? She trimmed the hedge. She put the axe on it and chopped all of the plants. Bang, 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 bang. Then she came inside and she says, the hedge is done.
Right.
That's what the wives are getting you. And that is only one story, okay?
Action.
That is one. It is, and I'll tell you what, a lot of theorizing on gender theorizing say this. Men tend to be much more techno-rational, mechanical, so they're much more,
interested in
abstract.
things.
Yeah. Whereas the wives are more practical, caregivers, share caregivers, looking after the
Do you
kids.
think then the flip side of that is also... Sorry, go ahead.
That's not what I picked up here. The women were bright girls. They could tell me the theology in some instances better than their husbands. Okay? They were really cued in. But it wasn't theology that sent them out. It was just a sick institution. A sick institution. And by the way, Peter, let me just say one other key thing about this book. There's been a number of books about leaving ministries, Methodist, Anglican, Catholic priests, nuns, and whatever. And I've read them all, and most of them are listed in here. Something like 1,500, okay? All of them go to the sociology of religion to find their explanations, the rational tools to interpret the exit. Do you know what I did with my friend from La Trobe University who says, I'll teach you how to be a scholar? He actually took me to the business section of the library, and I read and reread on labor process theories, okay, labor process, on leaving organizations, about control and resistance. There's a famous book by a guy named Albert Hirschman called Exit, Voice and Loyalty. Most people in organization, including pastors, have frustration, right? And have problems. And they take these problems to their superior. That's called voice, okay? They articulate what they have. But at some point of time, they come to the conclusion they're not listening to me. They're not even cueing in to what the problem is here, okay? Just because you have voice, it's not an exit. You see, in Adventism, if you articulate voice, you're a leaver. In fact, what Hirschman says, no, it's the loyal ones that articulate. The ones who leave keep their mouth shut. Okay? So he says, if they're articulating voice, that's an expression of loyalty. Okay? What happens then, he said? Exit is something else. When the voice is no longer effective, okay, instead of turning into loyalty, they head into exit. Exit, voice, and loyalty. It's a famous book, very, very controversial book, okay? But the theorizing behind this thing is from the sociology of work and organizations. And it's about mismanagement and poor management. And just for the sake of people listening, in my work at university, where I spent 30 years at university, I had the privilege of supervising 26 PhDs to completion. All of those PhDs began as little footnotes in the research that I was doing. I had a little book and I was writing things in there. I wonder such and such. I wonder what organizational change were to look like if such and such were to happen. And I would actually give these things to PhD students. So I have around me some 26 PhDs that pick up elements about this rather poorly managed and poorly functioning organization, to notice the processes about lack of leadership, loss of commitment in organizations, how organization change occurs, not from top down, but from bottom up. The language that is used in organizations, both to articulate exit and to articulate commitment. There's some interesting books on this. There's a guy named James Richardson who wrote interesting stuff on Jehovah's Witnesses. He's a guy, James Beckford, not Richardson. Richardson was one of my examiners. James Beckford, he's in one of the universities in the States, Birmingham somewhere. And he wrote about constructing accounts, constructing plausible accounts of conversion and plausible accounts of deconversion in organizations. And this stuff, the literature for this was not the sociology of religion, although I certainly know my literature in that. In the drivers of the sociology of work. Sociology of work and organizations and management and its management.
And that's what differentiates it from a lot of the other books that have been released.
That's right. And that sets it apart, see. And what I was hoping is the administrators would actually read it, because it is less a commentary on Des Ford and more a commentary on them.
And have they read it?
Of course not. I did have, I tell you, some of the old ministers in New Zealand, some of them read it. And when they heard I was going there, one of them rang and says, "Come and have a cup of tea, Harry." And he gave me a one-page summary. He says, I read your book. And he says, I think you're right.
Wow.
Okay.
Hey, do you mind if we just go to some of the questions people have just been commenting?
More than happy.
And the thought hit me of, imagine if we could, if you could do another study and go back and interview all the wives of the men you interviewed
The,
and the children.
the kids would be interesting.
Yeah. I'll just do a couple of comments. If people are watching and want to make a question, there's a slight delay, so if you could type something in now. And while I'm just looking at that, I'm very interested in maybe could you just recount one of the interviews you had, some thoughts and reflections on one of the women that you interviewed?
I'll have to prompt myself. What I do in the book is are they difficult? I do a typology of a typology of wives. The embittered outsider, the wife who married a guy who went into ministry, but she was never in. And she was always outside. And she became really, really angry about it. The conforming idealist, someone who saw it as an opportunity to, she always had it in her heart to do this. The reluctant feminist, I'll read you a paragraph. She says, the last thing I wanted to be was a minister's wife. I felt I was not was not a person who was fundamentally and inwardly Adventist. Outwardly, I would be an Adventist, but in myself, I did not think that I was capable of being an Adventist minister's wife and would have to be. I felt my temperament was not quite in keeping with the Adventist minister's wife stereotype. I like to think what I like to think and do what I want to do without being told, you must do this and you must do that. And this woman ultimately left because she got fed up with this. And here she continues. By the way, ministers can survive ministry if they're young, recently married. The church gets 2 for the price of 1. Okay? But they run into problems once the kids come along. Listen to this. You see, she says, the job was always around. Martin would come home and go upstairs to study, and he didn't like to be disturbed no matter what. The building could be falling around, kids screaming, oh dear, I mean, if he had been in another job, I still would have had the kids screaming, but I wouldn't have to put up with that type of thing. I could have just let everything drop, but I couldn't let everything drop. There was always something on the go, day in, day out, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday evenings, and she got burnt, this lady, okay? That's the reluctant feminist. And here's another one. There's the calculating radical. She was radical, and she had a wimpy husband who was too scared to do this and too scared to do that. And eventually she said, for goodness sake, get out of this show. It's killing you. It's destroying us. She said, but what can I do? What job can I do? So she went to her office, turned the computer on, wrote a job application, stuck a CV with it, printed it and gave it to him here and said, sign this and send it off. He did, and he got the job, and they were out.
Teamwork.
Okay, teamwork. This is what the calculating radical. And there were some in there that I call the successful shepherdess. And there are some women who were successful shepherdesses who absolutely loved ministry and did their heart, and they did the Sabbath school, and they did everything, and they were very successful in it, contributing to the church. And the church, in losing an ex-pastor, they lost 2 for the price of 1.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You think there's another chapter, like you were talking about, that one where women were helping to, what was the word? Not extricate. Facilitate. Is there another chapter you could write about women that facilitated the men to stay, even though they had doubts? Anyway, that's a whole other thing.
I think in some of this, the women do talk that.
Yeah.
They talked about it and they said, no, look, just stick around. Let's see whether we can ride the storm and whatever. Okay. But eventually the guys just get burnt.
Yeah. Let me read some comments and questions, and then we'll have to sadly wrap up. So I won't read the names of people, but
that's fine.
They're in the comments below, so you feel free to engage later on. And so I'll read the names because they're there in the comments anyway. Adrian Anderson says, every current serving pastor and any member who cares for the mental health of their pastor and his wife should read Harry's book, Leaving the Adventist Ministry.
I agree with him.
P. John Williams says, Harry's thesis should be available online from La Trobe Thesis Repository, but maybe it is not in digital form. Maybe I can record an audio book of it. I don't think your original contract would have that in there. See, we can do it as a separate thing. One Peter Mashenko writes, sounds like Nazi Germany and informants sending reports back to the Gestapo. That was when you were talking about your hall that you found in the...
I used an image and actually called Athol Tolles the Ayatollah.
You're the one that started that name.
That's what the ex-pastors used to call him. And
right.
I thought that deserved to be preserved for posterity.
Des wouldn't have agreed with you on that one.
He's too good a gentleman. So
now this is an interesting question from Lyle, because I remember watching the interview with Pastor William Johnson, the 1984 Ankerberg show, and Ankerberg was trying to say, well, look, our records show that maybe in America alone there was 200 ministers who had left, and he said, oh yeah, but people leave for lots of other reasons, and etc. And Lyle has asked a good question. What was the average number who would have left anyway without Glacier View, without the Glacier View impetus?
Lyle, I think I've more or less explored that, because what I've argued is that in any 10-year period, you are going to lose 50% of the ministers who come in, who train and go into ministry. Okay, one of every two in 10 years. If there was no accelerator, and in a way, that's the way to describe, for me to describe the incidence of exit with Des. It became the catalyst. It fired the gun. It sent the birds flying in all directions. Okay. So in the absence of that, I would still say one of every two would probably still leave. Ministry wears you down. There were good people that I saw in North New Zealand who were leaving before Des's instance. And they left for similar kind of stuff without the kind of theological umbrella to move the stuff around and to label around. And some of them left broken people, embittered people. I supervised the thesis of an architect who, when he retired, he did a thing on Anglican professionals who go back to ministry after they retire. Okay? And I thought that's a good model for Adventism to work with. There's a lot of business people who are very, very successful, who want to contribute to the church. One way to do it is to actually come in and pick out and return. And often these guys don't want any money. They're very successful in their businesses. They just get the satisfaction of service. Okay? Mm. But Adventism is not that. I mean, I argued when I finished, I said, listen, I'm in university now. Can I keep my sustentation? You keep the money. I'm getting plenty of money. And the letter that I got back, he says, we cannot have anyone having ministerial credentials and not being under the auspices of the church. In other words, a social control of controlling me. And that's a pity. I thought they could benefit with a guy with a PhD and status in university. I was climbing up the heights at Monash. It would have been a positive thing, but no. So, Lyle, one of every two, my prediction.
Gordon Hammond writes, there were quite a few who were born into it who left and never looked back, self-included. He's just referring to the two types that you were mentioning before.
That's right, he's right. And all of those, with few exceptions, remain Christians.
Yeah. Anne Rowenfeld, one of the nicest women I know. She lives just down the road from me, and I would count her as someone I could trust with my life. Beautiful person. She says, I agree. Talk to the wives and get the real stories.
Yep.
And did the children remain in the church? Did it kind of split families, maybe?
In most, well, for the leavers who converted, I don't have any information of any staying in church.
Right.
Yeah.
They would have left with their folks, maybe.
Leaving the Adventist ministry is like spraying Roundup. It kills everything. All the foliage, young, old.
Yeah.
Roundup.
Lyle has got a counter question. Over the long haul, are Adventist ministers more prolific leavers than in other denominations?
Wow. One of the things that I did here in chapter 1 or 2, I did a comparative analysis of leaving patterns in Adventism relative to other churches. And for a long time, the literature, the sociology of religion literature was saying it's become a characteristic feature of mainline denominations for their clergy to leave. The Catholic priests, the nuns, the Methodists were decimated, Presbyterians, the Anglicans, name it, they were just leaving. So in one place, I say, in this sense, Adventism has come of age.
Okay. Anne, again, has commented, as one of those wives, I remember the president telling we wives, if he ever dropped into our homes and the children were dirty, our husbands would not be picked up. I never understood why God would call the husband but not the wife. I never felt a calling, rather a fear.
Some of the wives are saying that as well about the calling. One of them had this calling, what I call the shepherdess. She had a calling for ministry. But remember the lady who chopped the hedge?
Yes.
Okay? The statement could be referring to her. Okay? Your kids are dirty.
Yes.
Your house is dirty. Whatever. I'm firmly believed that it's a class thing. Okay.
Interesting.
I supervised Bruce Manners's PhD, and it's a fascinating thing.
What was the synopsis of that?
He wanted to do it on the Australasian record, which I told him it was piss weak, and I said. What we really need to do is to use this as a study about the level to which Adventism as a religious minority relies on a certain level of literacy, okay? Literacy competence in order to continue in ministry. A lot of the ministers were struggling with that, okay? Because Adventism and the movement requires a certain level of literacy competence, both to read the Bible, to understand the stuff, to frame the doctrines, whether they're going to be plucked out of here or there or put together, to read Ellen White. You have to be able to read paragraphs without falling asleep at the end of it.
Mm. I won't even unpack that one. That's fairly self-revealing. One conference president asked a wife, "Has anybody told you that you're beautiful when you're crying?"
Oh, yes, I had that.
Oh my goodness!
That is the stuff that prickles in organisations.
Yeah. Does
That is just
Adventism sort
bloody
of cultivate?
sexist stuff.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying to you. Under-socialised individuals. You want to open the oven, 180 degrees, 30 minutes. That's all it'll take. Stick their heads in there, and they'll come out different people.
Peter Mashenko, is there anything that you would suggest that could be a transformative Christian act from the current church to ex-ministers that would be of blessing to them?
Oh, look, there's attempts to round up the ex-ministers and put them into talks. I got wind of one of these. I was in there, and I just said, look, I don't want to be a member of the church of the former church.
Mm. Would there be a sense of camaraderie, though, with these guys getting together? Gordon kind of spoke about feeling like he lost all his comrades.
A lot of them don't do that. A lot of them don't do that. I enjoy very, very much keeping in touch. And I say to people that if I were living closer, I'd probably go. I enjoy meeting. I enjoy the discussion. I can believe what I want to believe. I'm not threatened by this stuff anymore.
No.
So there is a bit of that, but I don't know how others would feel.
From your research, what would be the key thing that you would suggest to leaders and managers to help ministers have a better and more successful experience?
There needs to get some management training by these guys, and not through the kind of Mickey Mouse stuff you're going to pick up through the conference or the union or whatever. They need to go out and to do about management. They need to know about organizational change and how organizational processes and whatever. They need some skills about leadership. Just if you're going to manage people, to be able to at least pat them on the back, pat your subordinates on the back and say, you're doing good work. Thank you. Be reaffirming. Give them that. I think what else ministers need? Ministers need it's a hard thing, I need to think it through, but an ombudsman kind of structure where a middle ground, where there's some discussion, a non-threatening environment where these things can be discussed and explored without the wolves getting their teeth out. The ministers are helpless people.
They're still too scared to do that, though, to get together and have those conversations.
And they write to me.
Yeah.
That's it.
And I think, too, if the church opened high-level leadership positions to people other than ordained male ministers, if they opened it to anybody, plumber, the right person for the right job, right to the top, that would open up a whole lot more reality.
Yeah, if they won't give women the right to be ministers in the church, then why not give them leadership position to run conferences and divisions? They're going to do a far better job.
Yeah.
They're organised. They know how to do multitasking.
Yeah.
Because
what happens is you get this small group of people that are a little network of ordained male guys running like the church with no business skills, and they get given these high-level jobs and it's hilarious. It'd be like saying to the Commonwealth Bank, you're only allowed to hire males that are ordained Adventist ministers. The bank would fold within a month.
And they wonder why the money's disappearing. And they're wondering why the church people disappear.
Yeah.
In the time that I got 183 ministers, I had it at about 12,500 lay people left the church. Okay? Yeah, it's sad. And some wanted to say, Ethel was heard to say, well, we expected that number to go anyway. You know.
And Lyle just says one more comment. I'll just have two last comments.
Love you, Lyle.
The women, and I'm glad he's raised this, because sometimes when I say that the church should open up to high level leadership with women and men, a lot of people say, well, the women are working there. I'm not doubting that, but I'm just saying there's certain jobs in the church that aren't. I'm not talking about just women. They're not open to the right person for the job, whether it's a woman, a banker, the local mechanic, whoever it is. The church needs to stop saying you have to do your theology course first before you'll get these jobs. And Lyle points out, and it's true, and it's good to be said, so I appreciate it, Lyle. The women currently in high office as conference treasurers and secretaries are utterly brilliant. Let's cheer them. We have them there, and that's true. And
He's right.
and part of that is the positive. That shows a positive shift, which brings me to the last question. It's been interesting, Harry, during this ISO. I've really embraced Zoom interviews and stuff, and I've got 11 different shows that I run every week, and I've got one coming up in 15 minutes on my wall, which I'll give a quick plug. It's called Arts News TV, and I chat to friends that I know on Facebook to kind of introduce them to other friends on Facebook. And it's been fascinating. The last interview had over 2,700 views. And so in about 10 minutes, I'm interviewing the very first band lineup I ever played with. So that's going to be fun. But I've really enjoyed ISO in that regard. I feel heartbroken for the struggles, the losses, the economic situation, but it's kind of forced a lot of us to try new things. And I don't think I would have ever begun this series on Glacier View the way I have and collected some of these valuable resources if it hadn't been for this kind of crisis. It's kind of led to you and I being able to have the most amazing conversation today. I've really enjoyed it, and I really value your time.
It's a really nice series you've done, Peter.
Thank you, Harry. I'm enjoying it, and I'm hoping people can get behind it a little bit. If you'd like to chat to me about ways you can support, because it's starting to mount into a big job. I'm spending about 22 hours a week on it. But one last question from my mother, Heather Dixon, who has been the most inspiring woman in my life. And she says, Harry, how does he see the future of the SDA Church?
In the end of this book, I tried to sort of touch on that question. And I say basically, some said, my good friend and excellent sociologist, Ron Lawson, talked about the drive toward denominationalisms, that Adventism would grow up and become a denomination or something. I'm not sure. Another time I heard him say that it could become a hardline sectarian thing, shrink. The signs of that. In there, he says there will always be a person, a clientele, who would be prepared to drive a certain car, the Honda, for example, regardless of the price. I think there's that. It will become like an ingrown toenail. Very few kind of from outside, more and more preaching to themselves, a dwindling small thing. The investigative judgment is not going to go away. And I've read just about every document, and I'll tell you what, the investigative judgment is one thing that dies of 1,000 qualifications. The more people write and publish and defend this thing, the worse it becomes. Because they're making it so difficult to understand and to argue that it's pointless.
Yeah.
It's absolutely pointless. Yeah. Alan, I think the literate, in my opinion, would be struggling with all of that. Okay, they'll masquerade at church. They'll run off lines and during Sabbath school, but most of them don't read the substance and with a critical, inquiring mind. Either we don't have the literacy skills to do that, or they just don't go there. I don't know. In my Adventism has a future if it became a church that cares for the spiritual needs of a people without the kind of nuts and bolts that you have to put on them. You have to believe this and you have to do that and whatever. It's got more potential to become a really good environment that does it on Saturday where everyone else does it on Sunday.
Which, if Des hadn't been given the boot, might have eventuated.
Des had the potential.
Yeah.
In fact, they are there now. How many sermons do you hear of 1844? Give me. I ask, when I see people, I said, when was the last time you heard this? I went to Papatoe Church some couple of years ago, and some dude tried to do this, and he was reading it out of a piece of paper, and I thought, oh my God, I can't believe it.
One last thing, it might be a statement that I thought's important. This is Carol Platt, who's another wonderful person I've crossed paths with over my life. Wonderful person and family, the Platt family. And she's highlighted an important thing, that no one has mentioned the need of a personal relationship with Jesus as being the most important qualification for being an SDA minister. I don't think she's implying that those that left didn't have a personal relationship, but I think she's highlighting that perhaps in this conversation, where we've been talking statistics and nuts and bolts and things, it hasn't been mentioned. So would you like to comment on
what's her name? Is it Carol, is it?
Carol Platt, yeah.
Hey, Carol.
Talking about personal relationship with Jesus.
These people were really fragile. They were incredibly loving Christians. One of them, when it came, he went and handed his resignation. He was absolutely destroyed, didn't know what to do. So he went down the pub and he got a bottle of champagne, parked on the side of the road and drank it all. And he was finished. He was finished. Okay. They were Christians. And let me just say one more thing in terms of this very, very thing. This whole Jesus thing is a very fragile thing. If you don't have the right environment and the right nurturing context, it just withers and dies. Okay? It needs that kind of social walls to protect it.
That's flipping it on its head in a very interesting way.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And I can see people at church who go there with Jesus and it's the wrong context. And you look at them and you see somebody's cut their taproot. They just wither. And eventually they're going to leave. It's a very fragile. Faith is far, far more fragile. In fact, the movement from belief to non-belief happens far, far more quicker than we think about indoctrination. Okay? And I want to argue the other way. The movement from non-belief to belief happens much more quickly than we think.
Yeah. Harry Ballis, wow, thank you so much. It has been such a great time. It's just been so good chatting with you, and please...
Say hello to Mum and Dad.
I will. Look,
I haven't forgotten them.
They both always have spoken very highly of you, and we appreciate your time today. I'll definitely pass on a big hello to them. Mum has been watching today, and Dad may have been as well. When I left the church, Dad said to me on the Friday I wrote on Facebook, this is my last Sabbath as a Seventh-day Adventist. And on the Sunday, Dad came around. I wasn't too sure what he would say, and he just put his hand on my shoulder and he said, son, you've done the right thing.
You got my message at that time.
I did. I got 300 messages.
My message was, Peter, don't leave.
I got 300 messages over the...
You still have those messages, read it.
And I haven't read them. They've
You want to
still
read mine?
they've got
Because
the blue
I
dot.
was pleading with you.
Really?
I was pleading with you.
I feel strong enough now to be able to go back and read them all. In fact, Gordon Hammond said something the other night that made me think, you know what, now's the time. So I'm going to sit down next week and go to the local cafe, because we're allowed to go and sit in the cafe, and I'm going to read all 300 of those messages. You'll get a reply from me four, 4 years later.
Enjoyed very, very much talking with you, and I'm sorry it's so long.
Don't apologise. People can come and go, listen at their leisure. Harry Ballis, until next time, thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Bye-bye.
Wow, there we have it. The epic 3-hour Harry Ballis conversation. Boy, I loved that. Those listening on the podcast, we're back in 2025 now, and I hope you all really enjoyed that.
Too long.
No,
I should have I should have cut it shorter.
No, it's filled with just gems. I've got so many things to say. We're going to come back after a 5-minute break, have a quick chat, see what your thoughts are. Gillian Ford is going to join us. She has got a few questions to ask you. She's really enjoyed watching today. She's watched the whole 3 hours. She's going to come on. So we'll look forward to that. But you know what? I still haven't read those 300. And we're 5 years on. It's 9 years. Last week was 9 years since I officially left. And I don't know what it is, but it's kind of, I did it. I didn't comment on the post on the day, and I didn't engage with the people after. I just kind of left and have been engaged in a different way via this channel. Hey, and I just want to quickly say, you know, and you didn't have to at all, but soon after our interview 5 years ago, you gave me such an amazing donation that it funded our platform of going live for 2 years. So I want to really thank you for that. It was very such an amazing gift you gave to SDAQ&A. Thank you. Okay, everyone, stick around. We're going to be back to just chat with Harry for a little while about his thoughts on what we've just listened to, and go and get yourself a hot drink. We will be right back. 5 minutes. See you soon.
You love me so much more than I could ever know. Your love is deeper than this world will ever show. And all of life's beauty shines around this moment now. The sky and the cliffs, they seem to change my life somehow. And I will never be the same, will never be the same. Whoa, 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 I will never be the same, never be the same ever again. Well, here I am waiting, Lord, my life is just for you. Please unfold all the plans that you would have me do. And if all the world's just a breath and nothing's here to stay, and all of the love we feel will save us anyway. And I will never be the same, will never be the same. Whoa, I will never be the same, will never be the same ever again.
Hey, welcome back to the post-show party. Quick plug, tomorrow, Dr. Clinton Baldwin will be leading out our Good News Fellowship program. I know many of you love Dr. Baldwin, so go and check that out if you're listening to this later. It will be season 13, episode 27. So go and check that out, Clinton Baldwin. And next week, Tuesday, USA time, 6 p.m., Wednesday, 11 a.m., April 30, we've got Ryan Day. So that is going to be an explosive interview. I don't know, Harry, if you've heard about the Ryan Day saga that's been going on. He was a very well-known 3ABN presenter. He was the general manager of the praise and worship arm of 3ABN globally, and he's just left the church. He's been a fan of SDAQ&A for a few years, and I'd like to...
Was he an Adventist?
Adventist, 3ABN, ordained pastor, employee of 3ABN, has just left the church, and it's exploded the internet.
What's his name?
Ryan Day. And he's going to be on the show next week. And we did a reaction video to the pastor John Lomakang, who works for 3ABN and basically did an ad hominem hatchet job. Classic Adventist default. Play the, attack the player, not the ball approach. So, so this stuff is as vibrant and fresh today as it was 5 years ago, Harry. It's just incredible. So, those who have stuck with us, which it looks like everybody has, which is great. I'm chatting to Harry Ballis about all things Des Ford, Glacier View, pre and post Glacier View, and this incredible book that he wrote under the name Peter H. Ballis, but that's Harry. And this eventually was your thesis, wasn't it? Or it was your thesis.
Yeah.
And David Thiel, as you can see here, is it's his book. And I will be getting it back to you next week. I've only borrowed it for 5 years. Fantastic read. And if you'd like to buy that, you can go to Amazon. I'll just bring the title up again onto the screen. It is Leaving the Adventist Ministry by Peter H. Ballis, a study of the process of exiting. And it's available on Amazon. So, Harry, look, I've got so many things that just were exploding through my brain. I should have taken notes. I just was absorbed with what you were saying.
I was interested in listening to the tape, to the interview.
And so, so what are your thoughts?
I was interesting that if I was to generalize about Harry Ballis in the light of that interview, I would say that Harry's exit has long antecedents.
Yeah.
Okay. It didn't sort of happen here, but like all the exodus in my book, it has a long tail, and it started accumulating very, very early, and just sort of built up. So it was interesting just to listen to that.
To kind of do the sociological analysis of yourself.
Of myself.
I've been doing a lot of that. In fact, I'd like your thought on something. We'll perhaps go there straight away. Then some thoughts again on the interview we just did. I've been observing for a long time and have bored people to tears with this idea of questions on doctrine effectively setting the public scene that Adventism was something different than it actually was. They were trying to be more evangelical, and I won't go into that detail. We know all about that. But it just hit me yesterday when I was listening to Lyle Heiss's interview again. So it's funny that yesterday I replayed that, and then listening to yours today, Lyle had obviously watched the next day that interview and was commenting on it. His kind of Adventism, I've always kind of
jokingly been lengthening the name, from liberal, progressive, revisionist, big tent, cultural gospel Adventism, because they don't like being labelled. But it really hit me that the label that fits them best is that's not my Adventism, Adventist. Often I'll be relaying what I think they believe, or what Ted Wilson believes, or what the original Adventist believes. And they will often say, that's not my Adventism. No one can tell me what my Adventism is. And so I've realized that these progressive Adventists, what we used to call the Fordites, they are really they're kind of a cultural, a whole phenomenal movement within the movement, that they're very big tent gospel Adventists. And they would love to embrace and include the conservatives, the concerned brethren, the CBs, the traditional Adventists. But I think, and it hit me really clearly yesterday, that they are a totally different little group unto themselves. They don't like being defined or labeled. But yesterday hit me as their label is, that's not my Adventism, Adventist. And I listened to Lyle, and at the time I remember feeling a little bit frustrated that these guys who have this kind of Ford new theology, movement within a movement that kind of sprang out of the fertile soil of post-QOD Adventism, it's kind of a nice little gem. It's a lovely little Adventism that has the Sabbath, Ellen White in the back seat. It's inclusive. Social justice plays a role in what they do. Their focus is Jesus and the Bible alone. And I was frustrated back then after Lyle's interview, and that frustration has percolated for the last 5 years. That's why I'm talking about it now, because as a sociologist, I'm interested in your thoughts on this. It is this kind of so yesterday I felt almost resolved, like that I'd come to a bookend of a frustration growing that these guys don't fight enough. They seem quite weak. They're not standing up to the leadership. They kind of just talk about tree hugging hippie Jesus and devotional music, and they keep offering false hope that it's going to change and hang in there, things are changing, but it never changes. It's definitively, demonstrably proven that the traditional Adventists have won. They're back in power. It's never going to go away. The DNA of Adventism is legalism. And so these guys have got something really good, but they don't define it. They don't fight back. And I'm okay with it now. As of today, I'm like, okay, you've got your great thing. I lament that you haven't really pushed to make it a defined movement. But
You know, I sort of
fare thee well.
I this is I don't know the show well enough now.
Yeah.
And particularly don't know well enough the American scene. The American scene, I suspect, has the equivalent of Republican Adventists and Democratic Adventists, if I can use that analogy, because the Republican and Democrats are completely different animals. Republicans are almost non-rational. They can put their brains in the deep freeze, deny science, facts, and it's Adventism. It's a Republican Adventism. We can call it fundamentalist, we can call it CBs and whatever, but let me just focus on the other thing, the equivalent of a democratic Adventist that is much more encompassing. It's concerned about the existential stuff, about social justice and whatever. And instead of seeing that kind of Adventism in Australia as an aberration, as a minority little pocket, I reckon it's much more like that. And if I was to take the democratic, what I'm calling democratic Adventism, and strip it down to say, what does it look like? I would say that kind of Adventism is evangelical Sabbatarians. If you take the evangelical thing and you do it on Saturday,
Yeah.
it captures the essence of all of that.
Yes. And you've
Okay.
nailed that. Yeah.
And you see what that tells me is Adventism in this part of the world, certainly in Australia, is an aberration. It's an extreme. You know, we just take it off to the edges, and the cult end of the stuff. And when I listen to some of them talk and comment and whatever, and I see it across Facebook sometimes, it's a crazy stuff, you know. That, I don't know. As you were talking, that's what I thought. Evangelical Sabbatarianism, and you know what? I reckon in time, the apocalyptic is going to wither away. You can't keep that stuff alive.
Yeah.
You can't keep redefining the 1844.
Yeah. Pretty soon,
Tell
it's
them,
going to be longer than 180 years, the imminent
yeah,
return.
that's right. I mean,
I guess.
it's pointless. The chronology is pointless.
Yeah.
The prophetic stuff falls over, in my opinion. I noticed that a few of them are trying to reinvent it and apply it to Trump and Americana, and it's just nuts. I don't know.
Can I just read? Kay Judge has just written, and this is the rub that Kay and the Gospel Adventists and I have. She has just said, the problem is with your need, talking to me, the problem is with your need to put people in categories. We can live peacefully with inclusive diversity. It's not a lovely little Adventism. It is a respect for giving people's individual faith journeys. I don't know why I can't explain this. Help me articulate myself better, Harry. I don't have a need to put people in categories. I observe categories and I see a distinct movement within Adventism, as you can see in politics, two distinct movements. In American politics, it's everywhere. There's always a more conservative fundamentalist and there's always more liberal progressive. My point is that the Adventist Church does have a specific, unique end times message that this Sabbatarian, biblical based evangelical movement has tried to distance itself from, but in some way say we're all under the same umbrella. But if it was Anglicans, sure, you have higher Anglicans, lower Anglicans, pick whatever kind of Anglican you want. But Adventism's main reason for being, their claim for being on the planet, is a very distinct reason: the investigative judgment, the sanctuary doctrine, close of probation, time of trouble, the Sunday law, Sabbath with a big halo around it as a test for salvation. So the gospel Adventists, this kind that Kay is a part of, that Lyle is a part of, that John Den is a part of, that Gil Valentine is a part of, that all these guys are a part of, it is distinctly different to the traditional Adventist claim, supported by Ellen White, supported by source material, supported by their very president. But they still feel it's okay to say, well, that's not my Adventism. And I'm saying, that's fine. Of course, you can be whatever Adventist you want. But they are still a distinct new theology that is very different to this mothership traditional Adventist theology that is going to be, around for a long time to come. So I'm not trying to put people into categories, but I'm just saying, why are they resisting saying that they are actually a new, whole, different beast? They are Sabbatarian evangelists,
evangelicals.
evangelical.
Can I just say, I don't know if Kay is listening to this. I see the two streams coexisting.
See,
Have
that's where
always
you and I would
coexisted.
probably disagree too.
Coexisting. Have always coexisted, except one cohort has had power, right, and had political nous to control the governance of the system.
Oh yes.
So
They're
so
almost
it's
a
that
third group.
it's that element that that has got the hard edge to it, that's trying to keep alive a whole lot of stuff that, in my opinion, you know, like Lloyd Gearing said to me, where there is death, there is hope when the right people die. Eventually, that stream, that belief, the 1844 things, the end time message, the remnant, you can, the close of probation and all of this kind of stuff. It
Yeah.
cannot be sustained.
You
It's
know,
not sustainable.
as you were saying about your book, and these guys are bad people. They're in play, they're in system, they're in politics, and they've got dossiers against you. They're going to cut you down. That system is still in play. And so while we have this group that's untenable in many ways for a long-term reign, here's the thing: the people are still being cut down. So I say to these gospel Adventists, this is not my Adventism Adventists, these big tent guys, you say you've got this, I've got a wonderful, my own individual faith and Jesus is everything. But if you are in any kind of leadership position within the Adventist church, you cannot say that publicly. So I'm trying to point out that there's something very unhealthy within Adventism that is going to keep on going until these guys actually stand up and claim this unique big tent Adventism as being special and real. Now, in society, they do, but in the Adventist church, they
Peter, can I
don't.
just say that'll never happen?
And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I'll
It'll
tell you
never
why.
happen. Why are they deluded and hopeful?
If you actually make a pie chart of the composition of Adventism, right, the overwhelming rump of it is within the third world domain. And most of the people there, not all, are really, really extreme conservatives, and they were attracted and are sustained by the kind of, the what do they call it? The clothes hanger theology, with the pie charts and the numbers and all of that kind of stuff. And the stuff that we're calling evangelical Sabbatarianism, that I call that, which incorporates gospel and all of this kind of stuff, ultimately it's a minority. It's a small group in Australia. It's a small group in America. That's why I don't see the thing going where I finish off in the book. I actually project this. There will always be a conservative rump, and they are going to govern the show, and the thing is going to keep on plodding along with discussions about the judgment's about to end, Jesus is just around the corner, which is nonsense, all of this stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm sounding a radical there, because I'm actually saying even the idea that Jesus is around the corner with the second coming along, or is implausible. Implausible. Once the prophecies start falling apart, and they are, then how do you prop up those kind of ideas?
Yeah. And you're speaking to this, the big Adventist church and the structure of it, and how it's just impossible to keep propping that up. What I'm speaking about is this group within the church that within Adventism wants to shine but can't, or they lose their job, but keeps saying, hey, it's going to change, stick around, it's going to change. I wouldn't be having this conversation or these ideas of categorization if I was an Anglican or a Baptist or a former Salvation Army person. I just see, like Jack Kay has just written, God is a big tent God. Yeah, I know that. And inside an Anglican church, if you have your two sides, your conservative and your liberal, they're going to have your normal political battles and fights and struggles, but they'll find a niche in there that they can speak and shout their gospel at their version of their gospel within that denomination. Adventism, like JWs and like Mormons, will shut you down if you speak up your gospel Adventism. Your whole book talks about the post. If you support Des, you're being shut down. And so I'm saying to all these people that love Des Ford and have for the last 45 years have gone, yeah, I'm a gospel Adventist. And I say, okay, well, come on the show and shout that from the rooftops. If they're employed, they won't. I've had like 2 people that are employed and ordained willing to come on the show. Like there's a guy in America just recently, I interviewed him, Christopher Mindanao. On another podcast, he said, when asked what he felt the seal of God was, he said, I believe it's the Holy Spirit. A few weeks later, he'd lost his job. So I'm just pointing out a problem that the gospel Adventists, these big tent Adventists who don't like me categorizing them, can they somehow get away from that idea? I'm not trying to categorize you. I'm saying you've got something special. Why aren't you shouting it from the rooftops then?
The Republican Adventists have got control of Adventist sectarian theology and Adventist politics. That to me just says everything. Yeah. Okay. And anyone who steps out, you see it in the news with Trump. Anyone who shows the slightest evidence of critique and divergent opinion, they get severed. Okay, and that's Adventism for me. It's right down to the core. And what are these guys doing? They're protecting their jobs.
Yeah.
Look, I'll say this, and I'll say it quite openly. I had discussions with Norm Young and with Elizabeth one day, and I said to Elizabeth, Norm really needed to be a bit more open on this stuff. He's just too tricky dicky. Okay.
Yeah.
He's a bright man, brilliant, but she kept on saying to him in front of me, but remember, Norm, you've got a family to feed.
Yeah, 100%.
And that's really the gist of it. See, when the control, when the system is being controlled by the Republican Adventists, right? The others have got to think about how am I going to feed my family and whatever.
Yeah.
Right? And I had to do this. Victoria University was my out-of-the-body experience. Everyone was walking out the doors, jumping out the windows. I just went up the chimney. Okay? And listening to the interview, I said to myself, okay, what if I was living in near Cooranbong? What would I do Saturday? Do you know what I'd do? I'd go and meet up my mates and Lyle and the others and sing the hymns and have a discussion and believe what I want to believe. I don't know. That's the best that I can come out with this.
Yeah. Look, you've just nailed it there. What you just said about Norm and too tricky dicky. I agree 100%. You've said in one sentence my whole 5 years frustration. Andrew Skeggs writes, Lyle High, Skill Valentine, John Den never lost their jobs. until they retired, Andrew, they were tricky dicky with their answers, and all these guys were. And people like Kay who are saying, "Oh, you're just trying to categorize and you're just trying to put people in boxes, and we're
Hey,
not boxes,
can I,
we're a big tent." I'm saying, yeah, but when you get the chance to share your true faith, you're tricky dicky about the answers if you do it publicly.
can I just say, you mentioned three there, Gil, Lyle, and John. I've
Three of
been
my
in
favorite people.
committees. I've been in committees. You sort of said they've survived. Okay, I've been in committees where John's name came up and they put the knife into it. These Republican Adventists put the knife into him. He could have gone much higher into senior management positions and leadership positions, right? But these guys, he wasn't executed, he wasn't euthanized, but he was stunted.
Stunted and
Right,
marginalized.
that's right, and in a subtle kind of way, the others survived in a peculiar kind of way.
Yeah.
Okay, uh, yeah, tricky dicky.
And I think that's sad because I love those three guys. And Andrew Skeggs, amazing. But you guys walk a little line, and I just feel sorry for people who have to live their whole lives doing that. And you experienced that, and you left, and you were so fortunate to find your place. When you told that story of those guys turning up and you're a bit worried, what are they thinking of my thesis, my whatever, my work that I've just done at the uni, and they loved it. They embraced you. And
Yeah,
life's
yeah.
hard. Life's hard. No matter what you
And
do,
I
find
had,
your place to what life's hard.
I've never felt appreciated and told like they did to me. They patted me on the back,
Yeah,
and the level of you know praise that I received was just such a different
yeah,
environment to
yeah.
the church. Where the church, they had me into this thing that they wanted to turn me into, I don't know, uh, what do they call it? The little plants where they cut the roots off and keep
Oh,
them.
the bonsai, whatever.
Bonsai. They wanted me to be a bonsai
Yeah.
Adventist.
Yes.
Okay, and I think a lot of us are.
Yeah.
As far as my present situation is, I've sort of found it really hard initially to answer the question: is it possible to be somebody out there without the Adventist thing sort of sticking around? The answer now is yes.
Mm.
And I can take it on my terms,
Yeah.
as much or as little as I want. The important thing is I understand the language of Adventists. I can speak that language, but I can walk away from it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think that's a very healthy place to have gotten. And look, it doesn't mean that you leave the church and all of a sudden it's easy and you've got all, people loving you for who you are. That doesn't happen, but you can find a place where people aren't trying to just suppress you, hold you back. Like every gig, I loved it. I had such incredible grassroots support within the Adventist church with my music. But every week there were people still saying you're a tool of Satan, stop tapping your feet when you play, all this kind of stuff. There's something built into Adventism that will restrict you, cut your arm off, metaphorically, put you into a bonsai type plant situation. And if you don't comply, it'll just keep doing that. It just is systematically. So you can only survive by being a tricky dicky Adventist.
Can I say one more thing on the opposite? And I don't have the answer to this. Here I am now nearly 74. And I have a group of people. My world is small. I'm in Rotary. I'm on several boards in the community. I do a lot of voluntary community work. But the strange thing is, old age does funny things to you. It strips away your social cosmos. It leaves you it leaves you like a tree that's lost its autumn leaves, just branches. And I wonder what Adventism, that it provides a nurturing environment for the aged and for the old and all of that. And I wonder whether it's the extreme bits, the sectarian bits that hang around all of that. Is it prickly and clunky and whatever? I'm not sure. In an environment like where you are, the Kurumbong and all of that kind of stuff, there's enough ebb and flow in the population to get these cells of like-minded Sabbatarian evangelicals. In a smaller church like down here, you just couldn't do that. In Melbourne, maybe you can find a congregation that works like that, but not where we are in Bush.
Yeah, but either way, wherever it happened, what you documented here is happening still. And something's got to be done about that. And my opinion, criticize me, any of you gospel Adventists, as much as you want, but I'm asking you to speak loudly so that this kind of thing doesn't happen. So stop telling me off for speaking up for you guys. Stop being tricky dicky Adventists. I love it. That's the big takeaway for me today. Oh dear. Now we're going to bring Gillian on, and she's watched the whole lot. I said I'll send you a link in 5 about 20 minutes ago, and she said, what, 5 hours? Hey, Rick Dingman just wrote, and by the way, I want to thank Rick so much, and I've put the link up in the comments here and on Facebook. He has made a website that has all 86 interviews in one place for people to go and watch at random. We're putting them up every week onto YouTube. So thank you, Rick, for doing that. He wrote, they don't coexist, they co-survive. They hold each other back. They don't have to be at war, but they are holding each other back. And in regards to those other names we mentioned before, that, you just mentioned John, marginalized, sidetracked, and yet he has the skills to have been a freaking CEO of a company. He came from that background. They owned a huge ice cream company in New Zealand.
Do you know, I mentioned in the interview that I supervised somebody who did a thesis. He was an architect and he did it on Anglican ministers, but who entered in ministry at the end of their careers. He told this story where he went to Sale, not far from here, where they were building, the roof of the church had collapsed and whatever. And they had the bishop who pontificated on all of this and, gave all sorts of advice. This guy was brand new to the Anglican ministry. And he went up to the bishop and he said, excuse me, I would recommend that you do this and this and this, drawing on his architectural knowledge. Okay. The bishop let him go for about 2 or 3 minutes and he told him, are you the new appointee here? And he said, yes. And he says, well, you ought to just go away. Because he was not prepared to recognize his technical expertise for this kind of thing. In some respects, something similar is happening within Adventism, okay? And you need a different kind of management mindset up there.
Yeah.
Not a proof text theology as the prerequisite to being a good administrator.
Yep. Love it. I'm just making a quick note of what you've just said there because I don't want to forget it. Now, don't worry, Gillian, you're coming on in a second. And I just want to add, Rick says, when I interviewed Andrew Skeggs, that he thought his transparency was refreshing. And yes, absolutely loved my interview with Andrew.
Who's Skeggs? Tell me about Skeggs.
Mate, you would love Andrew. Andrew is a pastor, ordained, works over in Western Australia. Andrew, what's your official job over there again? I've had him on the show several times. He's in season 2. Get ready, Andrew. You're going to come back on and do what Harry and I are doing today. And, Andrew, I think, could have become SPD president if he hadn't been on the show. So I don't know if you were too open that time, Andrew. I don't know. I appreciate Harry's research and perspectives, even if some err too far on the side of diplomacy for his taste.
Well, Des was that. I tried my hardest really to get Des there, and he just wouldn't.
Yeah.
He wouldn't criticise. He became a gentleman to the very end, and I loved him.
Yeah. Yeah. So Andrew has just added he's a local church pastor in Western Australia. And I don't know, Andrew, do you feel that maybe because you've been refreshingly outspoken that has hindered your development? Like Andrew weren't you president of your year? He was president of the Jacaranda that year as well. Incredibly gifted, intelligent guy. Okay, Gillian, here you come. Let's put our hands together. Let's put our hands together, everyone, for Gillian Ford. Woohoo! Hey, Gillian.
Gillian.
Hello. How are you?
How are you going?
I'm doing fine. I finished my work for the moment. I've got a little bit of a break.
I don't know if Harry has seen the books behind you there or heard about.
Well, actually, I wrote to Harry on Messenger, and I offered to send him the books a long time ago. I didn't hear back, so we never got them.
Oh.
But a lot of people don't look
like
at Messenger, and he'd be too busy.
Well,
I do like him. Didn't I write back? I remember you saying that. The answer is yes.
Yes, he does want them. I've got them too. They're fantastic.
Well, you need to send me. I'm a very generous woman. You need to send me your address on Messenger, and I'll send them to you. I've sent them to a few people.
Jill.
Okay.
I'll do that.
So.
And sorry, Gillian, just before you ask Harry some questions, Harry, did you have any thoughts you wanted to quickly say that were independent of what Gillian is about to ask on the interview we just watched?
It was interesting to sort of do that. I would not change anything that I said there.
No, it was very good.
I would abbreviate it significantly. I thought I just raved on too much, but the assessment, my assessment of it is the same as what I would say today. The study of the ex-pastors thing, I mean, I shot myself in the foot in the end. It became so painful listening to all of these stories, and it was difficult just to live with them. Yeah. And I couldn't do it with a local church. I'd go to the local church and I'd be a pariah there. And I thought, no, I'll just stay away. And some of them are just idiots at the local level. And once I got into administration, I couldn't allow the Adventist sectarian mumbo jumbo mesh up with the university's kind of thing. They wanted me in the media, they wanted me in the profile, and I have these idiots around the edges, and the only way that I could manage it was just to walk away and turn off the dial.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I've got three things now. The first one was you never interviewed me after Glacier Review, and Peter could do an interview. You could interview me on here. You might get some stuff out of me that I haven't really said.
Good idea.
That's one.
I'm up for that.
Excellent idea.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't even understand my notes, but I'm wondering. Now, Peter's been urging me to do volume 10. I've done 9. They're 12 inches thick. And I sort of feel I've sort of done all the stuff. If I do more, I've said to him, I'll only do it if they come after me. And you know that this is a possibility, even though people laugh at me. There's a lot more stuff, like you were saying about Athol. I've got my stuff on Athol. and others. But I have to think to myself, what would Des do? I'm not the same person as Des, but by living with him and watching him, I tremendously admired his attitude. He did see what was going on, but he had a remarkable forgiveness. You know, he would never hear, for instance, I don't want to go off, but he would never hear anything bad about Bill Johnson. And I thought myself, I always thought that Bill Johnson was just about the worst person at Glacier View because he knew the problems. And, you know, he sort of betrayed Des afterwards. But anyway, I don't know why I'm raving on like this, but this interview that you did with Des, I'd love to see it. And you might persuade me into doing volume 10 if you'd let me, because I don't think I've ever seen it.
I'll see where I got it. I think I've got
There's
it.
no rush. I'm not that keen to do another one, but
I actually typed it and digitized, have it on digital online somewhere. Give me a few days and I'll try and locate it and send you a copy. But it was interesting when I was doing that because the character of that interview was very much like any other ex-pastor interview. Even though he was incredibly kind and gentle as he is, and I tried to move him in various ways to see whether I can get an edge of him. And he says, "No, Harry, you're too harsh, Harry." I'll try and get that, Jill, and send it across. It's worth having. Yeah.
Well, right. I don't make any money on these books because they're fairly expensive and I don't have control over the price, but I've sent them where
Jill,
they need to go. So
Jill, books, for the most part, books make us famous but not rich.
now the other thing I was talking about, you know, what you said about your secret stash on Athol, and I want to ask you a question about volume 9. Now, volume 9 is done and it's proofed, but I've got the second edition and I've taken out a chapter from volume 9, the first edition, and I've got 2 other articles in there to replace it. So I have this big question in my mind: should I publish the first edition? Because it's about 2 of the key characters. It's that affected Glacier View, 2 people who were heavily involved in it. And one of them in particular was pretty much blackmailed to get rid of Des. It's either you or him. Now, I've got witness statements about this. The actual chapter is not detailed. It doesn't tell you who the people were who were involved. It basically gives you the stories that went round. And my sources, like a couple of them I got from Fern Parr, who was not a gossip. She was very closed-mouthed. So I'm not trying to make it salacious, but both of these were connected with Glacier View. I won't go into any more detail than that. Now, the question is, should I just publish the first one? Because there was somebody in China that I sent it to, and he was shocked, absolutely shocked by it, didn't think I should publish it. He said, it's just gossip. I said, it isn't gossip. I know a lot more. I haven't published everything I know. And then another person who just came up to stay with me, she said, I don't think you should publish it. And she said, what would Des think? And I said, well, I'm not Des. So what would your advice be? I didn't plan this. It's just that you came on.
And I know you're not asking me because what my advice is.
You.
We live in a litigious world, Jill.
Well, you can't defame the dead. So the thing is the fallout for the families more what would worry me. But they are key things.
Are these two characters still living?
No.
I mean, the way get some legal advice on this. Get Ellen
I've got a barrister daughter, and she said, "Go ahead."
That's right, Ellen, to advise you on this. To say the way to come at it is to put a brief couple of paragraphs as a preface at the start, to say this interpretation is based on a series of evidence that's not written. Some of it is oral, but there's a high plausibility to it. See, that's the way to come at it. Okay, and these people are no longer living, but I don't know.
The second person denied it, and I put that in. So I haven't said they're guilty. I've just told, look, whole churches, a whole conference office, the division, they all knew about it. It's just the generation now doesn't know it. But see what happened
with an introduction. Somebody put in a statement and says, "Be transparent." There's nothing to hurt you there, and that's the way to do it. With a couple of paragraphs that explain where this is and why you're leaning to this interpretation, and let the reader be the judge. That's the kind of statement that needs to be said at the beginning. I think you can get away with it then.
And you want to make sure you're not just being speculative too. You want to have hard evidence.
Yeah.
Well, I have to go by sort of what I think as far as content, and I've really done the minimal. But the fact is, certain accusations were made. It wasn't just Des. They made them about me. You know, the Standish who said this would never have happened with Gwen. So I was always the bad girl, and I'd written this thing on the nature of Christ, which stirred up the Standish brothers, etc. So I had a reputation, but the two main things were about John Brinsmead and what he said to somebody, which was totally made up. He was upset with Bob, and so he went down to the division and he talked about this. And of course, they accepted what he said. So when they came over to Glacier View, they didn't talk to me ever about it, but they believed it. And so that was one thing on John Brinsmead. But the other one, I've just got a letter in volume 9, and I've mentioned this on the talk I just did, from Richard Hamill to Cottrell in 1984, where he's complaining about the things that Cottrell has published on Glacier View. And he starts off and he tells you what was said to the leaders by Australia, and it wasn't true. You know, that they made out that Des had widely talked about the investigative judgment. Well, Norman Young got a surprise at Glacier View when Des spoke out. So did Graham Bradford and John Carter, and it took them 15 years to come around. They were quite opposed to Des. So he wasn't talking about it to students. And there was a week of prayer about 3 months before we left America in 1977. And the person who did it, who was an American, wrote to Des and congratulated him on the peace on the campus and said the kids don't complain about the food or the administrators or anything. He said they're spiritual, they have weeks of prayer. So the truth was there was no great division in Australia before we left. So what happened was the leadership got told what was really lies. And I was brought in as against Des, but nobody ever talked to me about it. I heard about it on the floor. So I feel a bit aggrieved about that and want to set the record straight. because it's just not right. The only person who talked to me, and I mentioned this last time, was Eric Magnuson, who called us in Washington after Glacier View, and he talked to us. Well, we had 8 hours of phone calls, one after the other. We put the phone down, pick it up. People all over the world called us after Des got back from Glacier View. And Eric talked to us, and he questioned me very closely about my relationship with John Brinsmead. So I said to him, Eric, I don't know what you're talking about. My relationship with Bob, I should say. John was the person who stated it. So that's part of the reason for putting it in, because it is part of the history. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
I'd be interested to read it, Jill.
Oh, I can send you the chapter.
Yeah.
But as I say, what I did was, there's 2 of them. So I've told the bad story and the good story, because there's a bad story and a good story with both of them. And the first person resigned, but I think it was probably the mild story, that it wasn't terrible, but he did resign. He also had an impact on Glacier View. And then the second person, it almost sounds like 2 different people, but I just stopped there. I didn't name any names or anything like that. Well, I did the people who were involved. And that was because Milton read it. He said, if you're going to say it, put it in a heading.
I'd love to read it. Can I ask a question? I haven't sort of spoken with Norm Young since the last time I visited Avondale, where he had me up the front and he wanted to quiz me. And at the time, I'd just been diagnosed a couple of weeks before with diabetes, and I lost my sight. I couldn't see. Even when I was with him, it was all blurry. It was like a curtain had come in front of me. It took ages for my sight to come back. And he asked me a question, and I said, look, Norm, I come to Avondale eager to see the people I could still remember, and I come across faces that I wish I could forget. And it was like a bombshell, and I kind of felt that statement sort of shut me out from Norm Young forever. Because whatever he interpreted from that was whatever. I said that because I thought I saw Ethel sitting in the church in front of me. And for me, he was the devil. There's no other way to describe it. But I'm wondering, how is Norm? Is he well? Is he aging gracefully? Is his faculty still there?
I see him quite a bit still. He and I. He's not well at the moment. He
has Hodgkin's.
He's got cancer, but it's very slow. His mind is as sharp as a tack still. His humor is still intact. He by all accounts, if you chatted to him, you wouldn't notice any decline or any change. And he'd have to be.
I'll be coming up for the what do they call it? Their reunion in August.
Oh, me too. I'll be there.
I hope I'm able to catch up with Norm.
Yeah.
I can email him and tell him you're coming.
Do that, Gillian, and I'll try and organise lunch.
Because I'd love to catch up with him. I have huge respect for him. I didn't agree with his strategy at Glacier View. There needed to be some strong people who just, stuck by principle, and I kind of felt it did, as I say, some tricky-dicky things for me.
And he and I talked about that in the interview that I did with him, and he feels like he was thrown under the bus. But I still agree with you. I think a lot of those guys were too diplomatic. Andrew Skeggs wrote back that he apologises that he's been too diplomatic, a little bit sarcastic. But my point to him was that it's essential that diplomacy reigns, but my thoughts are that Sabbatarian evangelical Adventists are way too diplomatic. That's my point.
Okay, on Norman, he was Des's choice to go to Glacier View, and he really didn't want to go. And he has stated, or he may have stated to somebody else, that it was Des's battle, not his. And I think a lot of the scholars felt that way. They used the term, they didn't believe in revolution, but rather evolution.
Yeah.
And I know that Bill Johnson and Richard Hamill, they believed that time would pass, and even without Des.
No. The systems use these diplomatic people and turns them into factory fodder. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
Well,
And I said to Bill Johnson, when he said the exact same thing that Gillian just said, that they wanted evolution more than revolution, I said to him, this is 40 years after Glacier View, I said, well, how did that work out for you? We're exactly where we were under Ted Wilson, as you were under Neil Wilson. That approach does not work within the Adventist Church.
Well, I had my moments with Norman when I listened to his interview, which was on again recently. I mentioned that he wrote a letter to Des after Glacier View, and he sided with Parmenter and said that Des had written harshly to him and this and that. And, I looked at the correspondence at Glacier View and I thought, that's not right. So ever after I came over to Australia, because I'd go and visit my mum and I'd bring her over and we'd stay with my friend Aline Cherry, and I would have a go at Norm. This happened every year or year and a half, quite a long time, which made Liz angry with me. And in the end, I said to her, look, I'm not angry with you. I said, we're just defending our men, but I didn't go around talking to everybody about it. I went to Norman. But what that talk showed me was that when he talked about the letter that Des wrote to Parmenter, he was talking about a letter written 2 years ago in 1978. And I've mentioned this, not completely. What happened in October 1978, I tried to make it quick and then add a little bit because it shows you how Parmenter designed the outcome, from early on. So we went to America in 1977. In 1978, in October, Parmenter came over to full council. And he didn't contact Des. He said he tried to, but he was in San Diego because Des was away a lot. And he went to, Jack Castle was there. He was the president of PUC, and he asked him, would he keep Des on? And Jack Castle said he would. So then Parmenter goes back to Australia. He has a workers' meeting. I think it was at Wahroonga, but I'm not absolutely sure. So somebody called us and told us that he had announced that PUC wanted to keep Des because they liked him and he wouldn't be coming back after the 2 years. We would have gone back July 1979. There would have been no forum. So we get this call, and it's about, the meetings were October 8 to 18. So on the 20th, Jill turns up at Castle's office and sits and waits for him to come in. He's just come back from Autumn Council. And I said, we've heard that we're staying on. And he said, that's right. He said, Elder Parmenter thought it would stop all the ructions in Australia. So that's a different version of what Parmenter said when he got back. So then at the end of October, we got a letter from Parmenter and about 3 pages about the rumours from Brinsmead. Now, these came up in several letters. It shows that he'd been talking to somebody in the Brinsmead family. And I'm going to do an interview sometime in a few weeks with Peter to read out some of those letters so you can actually see that he's getting information from a Brinsmead source. Now, I'll go back to another phase that takes place about 6 weeks later. We were trying to date, Milton and I got a whole lot of letters after I did the first 2 volumes. Otherwise, I'd have stopped. But because I kept getting these letters, which were from Milton's box of documents that he wrote his thesis on, and they suddenly came to light. They'd been hidden in the Ellen White Centre. And Rosalie at Archives, who they were intended for, didn't know it for about 12 years. And then a new person came into the Ellen White Centre and found these documents and wanted to know what they were. So, cut it a long story short, I asked, could I go down there? I'd take my scanner and I'd copy them all because I wanted to add them to all of mine. So somebody actually copied them for me. And there were 3 letters in there from Bob Brinsmead to Des, and they had the day and the month on, but they didn't have the year. So I sent them to Milton. We thought they were early, about 1976. So they were in a separate folder because no year on them. And then, you know, when I read them, I thought, there were 2 articles and a Bible conference mentioned in it. And I thought that was current to the letters. And I thought, if I go through the Review and Heralds and the Record, I can find the year. Took me a long time because they're not terribly well organised. Anyway, I found these 3 things, 2 articles and the Bible conference, about which I knew nothing. So I found an article written by Bob Parr describing this Bible conference. Because we were in America, I knew nothing about it. Now, this is my interpretation, I admit it. They had set up this Bible conference. It brought out a lot of the American scholars. There was Gerhard Hasel, Hans Lerendel. I think, I'll get the names mixed up, but I think Siggy Horn was there. Norm was on it, Alwyn Salem, etc. And this was the biggest thing they'd ever had. And they brought in all the ministers from the field. Now, what I think, and you can disagree with me, Parmenter and the others, Athol and so on, wanted to take Des out of the affections of the workers. So they brought all these Americans over. And a couple of things with that, let me think. When Frame, and I'm sorry it gets long, when Frame was a president, he told the old men who met 3, it could have been 4 times, where they cooled Des down and put him through stuff. He said, you've had 3 goes, or 4. It shows that you haven't kept up with your reading. You can't do it anymore. So then he leaves. Parmenter comes in and he starts it up again. And there was a meeting where he had a meeting with about 120 right-wingers. It's mentioned in Standish's The Gathering Storm. Anyway, where did I get to? Anyway, they're allowed to meet with all the American scholars to discuss Des. It so happened that somebody gave me a document from the Llewellyn Jones collection. And when I read it, it was notes on this meeting that they had with Hasel and Gordon Hyde, who was another real right-winger. And look, I transcribed it and I put it in the book. It's a sequence where I've got the 3 letters of Bob, then I've got the Bible conference article, then I've got these notes where the CBs are meeting. And look, what Hasel and Hyde said about Des is shocking for professional people. It's absolutely shocking. Anyway, I've put that in. The other 2 things that I had, and of course I've got all these documents, so I pick stuff and I put it in sections. So there's a letter from Bob Parr telling us about the Bible conference. And it's the funniest letter, but he said that one of the first speakers from America was like anesthetic. how boring it was. And then somebody else from Australia, he said, another word that's similar, chloroform. It might have been the other way around. But look, it was as funny as a fight. And he said, I'm supposed to write this up. And I've told Duncan Eva, you won't know what you'll get, considering how I feel about it. But he did a nice job on that. And then I've got a letter from Parnenter who writes to Des about that time, and he tells us about this conference and said it was a bit heavy going, but then everybody really enjoyed it. So it's an interesting insight. It shows how you can feed together the documents, and you see what they were doing. They were engineering it. They didn't want Des back. They're trying to take him out of the affections. You know what Lyle was saying yesterday, when he was in Fulton, Des had been out there and taken a week of prayer, and they loved him.
Mm.
So anyway, I don't know
So
where
when is this other
that.
volume coming out? When you're putting out this other volume?
What, 9?
Well, 9's coming soon,
I'm
but we're
not
talking
saying.
about 10. This one.
9 is proofed, and it'll be up in a few weeks.
Now we're going to have
It's
to
a
wrap
lot of
up.
work.
It's a lot of
Oh,
work, huge amount,
Yeah.
huge amount
And
of
Jill,
work.
I'm going to send you a message with my contact details. All right.
Okay, and I would love that interview with Des. If I get that and you're okay about it, I'll put
take
it in
a note of
volume
that
10.
and I'll locate it.
Volume
I'll take
10.
a note and I'll locate it for you.
And there was something else that you were going to do.
An interview with you.
Yeah. Oh, well, that
Ah.
was just a suggestion. You know, you don't have to do it. But
Where,
anyway, I
where
told
you
you
living?
that
Where you living now? Are you up in Queensland?
Cap Caloundra, Little Mountain.
Okay. Well, let me work out where Harry is. I'm busy writing another book. That's where my focus is right now, and I need to get this off my plate.
You know, there's no time constraints. I've got other stuff that I'm doing. But the reason I told you that convoluted story was that Parliament had a plan of getting rid of Des, and the old man didn't want Des coming back to Amdo, and that was all engineered before Glacier View. And see, I can prove it. I can prove it from the correspondence and the documents.
There's no fairness in any of that. And
No.
as we saw in Clifford Goldstein's recent program,
I was surprised with that.
He was ad hominem attacking on Des, and I thought these guys, once Gillian's passed on to left the mortal coil, and a lot of us have gone, these guys are going to come out in full knife attack mode against Des. That's why I'm saying volume 10 is important.
Well, it's not very good when somebody at the GC breaks "thou shalt not lie" and "thou shalt not bear false witness" because he did both.
Adventist apologists love breaking commandment number 9. Now we're going to have
I'm telling that because the impetus to deal with Des in this way came because of what the CBs knew, and they pressured.
Yeah.
That's what
it was all
matters.
Maneuvered.
It was all choreographed.
Choreographed. I love it. Now,
but
we're
even
going to have to say farewell in a moment, Gillian. But
that's all right.
Give us a minute. Wrap up with what you're going to say, and then I've got one last quick question to wrap up with Harry.
Well, although I get annoyed when something comes to me that I hadn't known before, really, we accepted what happened at Glacier View. It really wasn't a surprise. And Des was marvellous. If I get worried about something, he'd say, just let God deal with it. And so I think really we did better than a lot of people got put out, because they had to be at some level decent to us because it was public.
Well, I would put it this way. They had to lie in sophisticated ways.
Yeah, very true.
Eventually the lies got to me. I just can't. No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway.
As an example, in the Friday meeting, they discussed Des's severance and said Lance Butler had, he talked to Lance Butler about it and so on. And then afterwards he came up to us. Now I'm the only witness about this, but he said to Des, "What are you going to do now?" And Des said, "I don't know." And Parmenter said to him, "Well, I'd offer you a job in the SHF, but I know it wouldn't suit you." So I go outside, and Fred Veltman, who was Des's boss, said, "What happened?" And I said, "Oh, well, they fired him," because that's what I thought happened. And the next morning, Parmenter called me over and he said, "You misrepresented what happened in that meeting." And I said, "But that's what I thought happened." And so then he went back to Australia and took a meeting at Wahroonga, basically said that I'd passed out, particularly me, passed out misinformation, but I didn't. And see, 3 weeks later, when they fired us, the terms that I had mentioned, that's exactly right. And in fact, when they did that and they actually fired Des, I got a shock because Parmenter had assured me that they hadn't fired him.
Yet. Now we're going to leave it on that note.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm finished.
Thank you, Gillian. And we'll talk soon. And then I've just got a couple of quick words with Harry. And we'll look forward to seeing you soon, Gillian. Thank you very much. Can't wait. A lot of people have saying can't wait for the Harry Gillian interview here on SDAQ&A. See you, Gillian.
I think they've seen.
See you.
And yes, so that was unexpected. Nice little addition to today's program.
I'd love to catch up with her, actually. Yeah.
And I just wanted to say one last thing on my concept of those who don't like me categorizing them. The reality is you are already in a category, and your category is defined by how you resist the traditional Adventist view. You have a whole new theology. I'm not attacking you guys. I'm saying stand up, preach that theology and that doctrine, shout it from the rooftops. My observation is that you won't because of certain factors that we've discussed today. So I'm cajoling you a little bit, but not attacking. And Harry, my mum asked a good question at the end of our interview of 5 years ago. Something, I can't remember exactly what it was, but something along the lines of, where do you see Adventists now, and where do you see them in the future? And I guess we are in the future now. Where do you see Adventism again when we catch up in 5 years' time and we look at both these interviews and have the 50th anniversary of Greatest View?
Let me rephrase that question. How do I see Adventism now? Okay, how do I see it?
And where do you see it going?
Okay, I see a movement that has become a lot more attached to charismania. By charismania means embraced a lot more of what I describe as the emotional, the devotional, picked up all nice little terminologies to do that, to justify and to defend and sound lovey-dovey. In terms of biblical nous and exegetical nous, I think they've lost a lot. They've lost the edge on that stuff, in my opinion. But it's only an opinion from where I'm at. Where do I see the thing going? I think that there will be two streams going along. The evangelical Sabbatarians will continue, and quite frankly, that's about the evangelical Sabbatarians, in my opinion, bundle up all these things without a hard edge. They have Jesus. They have the second advent as the God who comes, but it doesn't have dates and it's not drunk in apocalyptic and that kind of thing. I think that group will always be around. Okay, they'll probably be vegetarians, but drink a cup of tea. They'll have the health message, but would be prepared to have fish, steak, or chicken, but still within the domains of Adventism, healthism,
Yeah.
whatever, the healthy body, healthy
Yeah.
mind.
Yeah.
The other thing is going to continue going. I'd love to see Ron Lawson. I mean,
Yes.
you ought to do an interview with
Yeah.
Ron on that.
Yeah, I've done one with him, and now that I know a lot more about it, I've invited him back. So I definitely
Because
want to.
I'd be interested to see where he's at with his books. He used to
Yes.
keep me pretty close and send me detailed kind of explanation where things were at. His magnum opus, whatever. I won't say too much about it because I opened quite specific to Ron about it and was quite
Right.
critical in some stuff on that. Yeah.
Right.
Uh,
In that he's
um,
still trying to be a bit diplomatic?
what he did was he borrowed a framework from a scholar, which he, in my opinion, didn't acknowledge,
Right.
and and I came across, and I just happened to be the bloke who was reading all of this stuff, and I nailed him on it, and eventually he had to sort of backtrack on it. But I don't know where he takes Adventism. I think the sectarian arm will continue to grow and will continue to be bizarre to the point that it'll become much more cultic,
Right.
cultist,
Themselves.
extreme. And while the Sabbatarian evangelicals are going to be there singing gospel tunes and whatever,
Tree hugging.
that's how I see the future of Adventism.
Why do, your traditional Adventists totally don't mind me defining them and saying, this is what you guys are. Yep, that's what we are. But these other liberal, progressive, revisionist, big tent, cultural, tricky dicky, gospel-based, Sabbatarian, evangelical, that's not my Adventism. Adventists hate being categorized. Why is that?
Do many of these still have jobs in the
Yeah,
system?
no, that's the thing. The only ones that are speaking out aren't currently employed.
Yeah,
There you go.
well, there you go. You have your answer.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, got it. Yep. Yes. Mate, I have loved our conversation today, and brilliant. I
Peter, nice to catch up.
so appreciate you taking the time, mate.
I'm there at the edges. I listen to this stuff, but I'm not drunk on Adventism.
No. Oh, I loved that
Um,
story you told about the where you were confronted and had so much pushback on saying that, of course, the wine that Jesus turned from water into wine was alcoholic. Isn't that incredible how badly you were treated just for saying that?
that was where I was hung.
Yeah.
It was there that Harry Ballis.
Incredible.
Anyway.
And Gillian pointed out that Des would have agreed with you. He wrote an article on it.
He did.
Yeah.
And privately, it was said that to me. But when it came to those meetings,
Yes.
people all sat on their hands. Okay.
Yeah.
Arthur Patrick was there, Furch, Norm. There was somebody, I think it was Duffy or somebody was there as well. Niels Erik Andreasen.
Yeah. So you're nailing exactly why I get frustrated, because, of course, being diplomatic, of course, sometimes sitting in your hands is important, but these guys do it to as if they're on steroids. Adventist creates a master of diplomacy.
That's it.
Hey,
listen,
also,
we'll talk again.
Just quickly, the 3,500 pages you copied, that Harold Harker story was amazing. Don't send them to the college or the university's heritage place. They'll never be seen again. Send them to me. Leave them to me and you will. I encourage everyone to go and look this up. Buy it if you can. Get a copy somehow. Go to your library. Ask for them to give it. Thanks, Harry Ballis. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you all again tomorrow. Have a great one.
See you, Peter. Nice
See
to
you later,
chat.
mate. Great to chat. See ya.
Bye bye.